Testing level 1, test 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing chairman's mic, test 1, 2, 3.
You okay? Good morning. A quorum being present, the Committee of Veteran Affairs will come to order. We are meeting this morning to mark up several bills pending before the committee. But before we get started, I'd like to address the subpoena resolution I was planning on calling up for this committee's consideration. The resolution would have required VA to produce documents and communications and media related to the VA internal investigation of Ms. Shakiba Morad. Ms. Morad is an attorney in the VA's Office of General Counsel who posted a social media video where she openly mocked Israelis who were asking for the return of hostages captured by Hamas. Now, after viewing the disgusting video in November, I wrote to the secretary to see what was being done. VA stated that they were investigating the matter. After sending several further letters, I became concerned the VA was not adequately addressing the seriousness of this situation. I worried that Ms. Murad's blatant anti-Semitism was influencing her legal work and affect veterans of Jewish descent. Now, I'm also worried that Ms. Murad's conduct would make VA employees of Jewish faith feel unwelcome at work. Because of these concerns, in a December letter to the Secretary, I requested VA provide all documents associated with the investigation. I wanted to review these documents so I could make sure VA was conducting a proper investigation, not trying to sweep this incident under the rug. 4 months and over 3 requests for documents later, VA has not produced a single investigative document for this committee's review. VA has simply briefed committee staff on its investigation, including VA's conclusion and interpretation that Ms. Murad's comments were not anti-Semitic. This is unacceptable and frankly laughable. Any reasonable person who views the video can clearly see her comments were anti-Semitic. However, earlier this week, the Secretary's staff informed me that the Secretary would make the request documents available in camera for the committee to review. It is disappointing. It took numerous letters and months of waiting for VA to commit to providing these documents. It's becoming very common for them to do that to us. Nevertheless, I am glad VA finally got with the program, and I look forward to reviewing the requested documents to make sure VA conducted a detailed and proper investigation and has the proper process in place to prevent further anti-Semitism. The Secretary tries to hinder our investigation, and I will not hesitate. If he tries to hinder our investigation, I will not hesitate to call up another subpoena resolution. All right, now let's get back to the markup. There are amendments in the nature of a substitute for a number of these bills that were noticed by the committee. Some of these include the text of other bills that were passed on a bipartisan basis at the subcommittee level. Each of these bills we will consider today will improve the lives of veterans and their families. We are considering legislation that would allow members of their selective reserve to receive in-state tuition rates through a waiver, even if they are not residents of that state. We're going to change educational entitlement to reduce the financial burden of veterans attending flight school. We're going to increase VA work-study opportunities, revise the VR and E language to address employee barriers rather than handicaps, put a permanent stop to violations of veterans' due process rights when VA assigns them a fiduciary, ensure that veterans' benefits keep pace with the inflation, make the VA claims and appeals process more understandable and transparent, ensure that VA priorities the needs of veterans survivors, including those who are unaware of the benefits available to them, codify scam and fraud prevention efforts within the VA, and require VA to develop a system to monitor VA.gov for errors and bugs so that veterans have more reliable access to their health care and benefits. Establish an advisory committee specifically dedicated to resolving accessibility issues for disabled veterans. amend existing law to make clear that if any employee tries to leave VA while under investigation to escape accountability, the Secretary must complete the investigation and record if any wrongdoing was substantiated. Authorizes a reasonable and achievable supply chain modernization project, unlike the reckless, ambiguous project that VA is getting ready to launch. We have had to pull several of the bills off of the agenda for today for lack of a score from the Congressional Budget Office that is frankly overworked at this moment. I hope to work with my colleagues to bring many of these proposals in future markups later this summer. I now, ranking member is not here, but will be along shortly, so we will proceed. So with that, we'll get right to it. I want to call up HR 7323. The clerk shall report the bill.
HR 7323.
The text being circulated in advance pursuant to committee rules without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is now open for amendment at any point. I now recognize Representative Van Orden to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment in the nature of a substitute would make technical changes to my bill, HR.
Do you have amendment at the desk?
Oh, sorry. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
I knew you did. The clerk will report the
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7323. Offered
I ask unanimous consent the further reading of the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be dispensed with, and I ask it to be considered base text for the purpose of this markup and without objection so ordered. Representative Van Orden is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to apologize to my colleagues and the people in attendance for my gross rookie move there. Yeah, all right, I did it. Okay. My amendment in the nature of a substitute would make technical changes to my bill, HR 7323, the Montgomery GI Bill Selected Reserve Tuition Fairness Act. This amendment in the nature of a substitute saves money for veterans using the Montgomery GI Bill Select Reserves by adding them to the in-state tuition waiver other service members already receive. I've heard from my constituents about this issue, so I'm glad to right this wrong by including them in the waiver and getting a little extra money back into their pockets. This amendment in the nature of a substitute also includes a bill that was subject of bipartisan negotiations, HR 7613. This provision would allow veterans enrolled in public school flight training degree programs to have the same amount of entitlement as someone attending a 4-year private school. Currently, veterans in flight school training can be charged a significant amount because they are part of a public school and are unable to fly during the summer months because they run out of entitlement. This is the case even though private schools have more checks and balances to ensure the government is not being defrauded. I believe this change will provide veterans with clear information on their education benefits and provide better benefits to veterans pursuing a flight training degree. This change would also reduce what the most expensive schools can charge veterans trying to get their degree. For years, this committee has seen fraud in some flight schools committed on the backs of veterans, and I'm pleased that my bill can be a way to limit that. I'm also pleased to see revisions offered by the Department of Veterans Affairs and support by the minority, including HR 7323 as amended today, and I urge all of my colleagues to support HR 7323 as amended, and I yield back.
I thank Representative Van Orden for this amendment and in the nature of substitute. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak in support of the amendment in the nature of a substitute, and I support these changes, which I understand are the result of bipartisan negotiations. HR 7323 would reduce the tuition cost for veterans and make the Montgomery GI Bill selective reserve individuals eligible for the same in-state tuition waiver benefits that other active duty GI Bill recipients receive. This amendment would also reduce the financial burden on veterans at flight training schools by ensuring that veterans pursue a flight training degree are not overcharged. Flight training participants would also be able to complete their degree faster under this bill because it would allow them to attend flight training year-round. I am fully in support of the changes, and we must ensure that VA has the resources they need to help veterans receive the best education for them after they have left the military. And I want to thank the VFW, ROA, and the DAV for supporting this bill. I also thank Representative Van Orton for introducing the bill. I thank Representative Keene, my friend and colleague from New Jersey, for the flight school provisions, and my colleague across the aisle for their bipartisan support. Does any other member wish to comment on the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 7323? Ranking member.
Mr. Chairman, I support H.R. 7323, which ensures parity for in-state tuition for Montgomery GI Bill selected reserves courses and other post-9/11 GI Bill courses. The amendment in nature of substitute will add H.R. 7613, the Veterans Flight Training Responsibility Act of 2024, which will enable veterans to expedite the flight training process by allowing student veterans to use their GI Bill benefits through the year instead of having to take time off or pay out of their own pocket. It would also place caps on flight training costs at public institutions. I appreciate VSOs and agency partners for working with us to improve this bill, and I yield back.
Any other members wishing to speak on this bill? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of substitute for H.R. 7323? Hearing none, the question now occurs on the agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7323. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of substitute is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. I now recognize Ranking Member Takano for a motion.
I move that H.R. 7323 as amended be reported favorably to the House.
The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 7323 as amended to the full House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to, and H.R. 7323 as amended is reported favorably to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Chairman, pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2, I give notice of intent to file minority supplemental, additional, or dissenting views on H.R. 7323 as amended.
Without objection, noted. Okay. Ranking Member, do you have an opening statement on?
No, sir.
We'll keep going. Okay. Well, thank you for being here. And we all know how our schedules are, and we're glad to be with you. So, do what? Yeah, I did notice that too. You got the memo on the suit, right? Very nice.
Oh, yes. we're wearing Obama colors.
Yeah. Well, man. Well, I am from the same state. I know, so.
It's okay.
It's okay. All right. So I want to now call up H.R. 7643, the Veterans Congressional Work Study Act 2024, as amended. The clerk shall report the bill.
H.R. 7643 to
The
amend.
text is circulated in advance and pursuant to committee rules. Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with. The bill is now open for amendment at any point. I recognize Representative Levin to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be offering the amendment in nature of substitute.
There's an amendment at the desk?
There's an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall report the amendment in the nature of substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute.
I ask unanimous consent that further reading of the amendment in the nature of a substitute be dispensed with, and I ask that it be considered base text for the purposes of this markup. Without objection, so ordered. Representative Takano, a ranking member, you are recognized to present the amendment for 5 minutes.
So, Mr. Chairman, the H.R. 7643, the Veterans Congressional Work Study Act, authored by myself, will bring more veterans into the popular VA work study program and will allow veterans to participate in work study on congressional committees, such as the committee that we are currently serving on today. Veterans would also be eligible to use the work study program at GAO and CRS. Current law only allows veterans to work in the work study program and member offices to work on caseloads, and I would advise my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to take advantage of this program. You are able to get veteran work study students in your congressional district office and your DC office. The ANS I'm offering ensures that veterans working in the offices of members of Congress will be eligible to do policy work in addition to case work. Member offices are already taking advantage of the new law to bring veterans on under this program, and my office will hopefully have a veteran from one of our local schools very soon. I think we can all agree that we all will be better legislators on behalf of veterans if we have more veterans working on our staffs. The ANS also includes language to offset the cost of this legislation. The VA work-study program is a great opportunity for veterans to gain professional work experience and for all of us to learn from veterans as well. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on my ANS and on the underlying bill. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the ranking member for this amendment and nature of a substitute, and I support the amendment which would offset the proposed legislation. I also appreciate the bipartisan effort to provide increased opportunities for veterans to participate in work study in the legislative branch. The work study program allows veterans enrolled in the GI Bill to earn money while getting their education and learn skills that they can use after school. This bill would expand the work-study program to include committees in the House and Senate and several agencies. It is critical to provide these kinds of opportunities for veterans in school and track the usage and successfulness of the program. Does any other member wish to comment on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7643? Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 7643? Hearing none, the question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7643. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. I now recognize Ranking Member Takano for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that H.R. 7643 as amended be reported favorably to the House.
The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 7643 as amended to the full House. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to, and H.R. 7643, as amended, is reported favorably to the House. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. I now call up H.R. 705, the Veterans Second Amendment Protection Act. The clerk shall report the bill.
H.R.
Mr.
705.
Chairman, pursuant to Rule 11, Clause 2, I give notice of intent to file minority supplemental additional. Does any views on 7643 as amended?
So noted. So on record. I now call up H.R. 705, the Veterans Second Amendment Protection Act.
H.R. 705. To
Clerk
amend-
shall report the bill. Yeah, there we go. Go ahead.
H.R. 705.
There we go. The text was circulated in advance and pursuant to committee rules. Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is now open for amendment at any point. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak in support of the bill. H.R. 705 would prohibit VA from sending a veteran's name to the FBI's National Instant Criminal Background Check System, or NICS list, unless there is first determination made by a judge or a court. That says the person could be a danger to themselves or others. VA appoints a fiduciary for a veteran who is unable to manage their VA benefits because of any type of disability. The fact that a veteran is unable to manage their VA benefits by themselves does not automatically mean that the veteran is in danger to themselves or others. Yet, the VA bureaucrats sent the names of our veterans with fiduciaries to NICS automatically without any determination from a court or medical professional that they are a danger to themselves or others. Those veterans are then prohibited from purchasing or possessing a firearm. I must point out that any civilian, even criminals, receive due process before they are stripped of their Second Amendment rights to bear arms. But veterans with fiduciaries, veterans who sacrificed for this Constitution, that served to make sure that the constitutional rights that we all receive, all of a sudden don't get due process. They don't receive due process through this process. This is unacceptable. I'm proud that my bill's language was included in the Consolidated Appropriation Act of 2024, which was recently enacted. But that was only temporary solution. H.R. 705 is a permanent solution. If my bill does not pass, Starting in October of this year, VA bureaucrats will again start sending the names of veterans with fiduciaries to the NICS list without due process. We must prevent this from continuing. Now I want to thank the disabled American veterans, veterans of foreign wars, the American Legion, Mission Roll Call, and the National Defense Committee for their support of my bill. Together, you represent the rights and interests of millions of veterans nationwide. Just as Senator John Tester recently stated, and I quote, "It is not right that a DC bureaucrat at the VA could take away a veteran's legal right to firearms simply because they need assistance managing their finances. Veterans who have honorably served our country should not have their Second Amendment right taken away by a federal bureaucrat without their day in court." I want to thank, and that's end quote. I want to thank Senator Tester for his words of support for these efforts. I now urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support H.R. 705. Let us put an end to the violation of our veterans' constitutional due process rights that they fought so hard themselves to protect. Do any other members wish to comment on H.R. 705?
Mr. Chairman.
Ranking member.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Before I begin my remarks, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record this letter from Brady, Everytown for Gun Safety, and Giffords in opposition to H.R. 705. These organizations are at the forefront of preventing not only gun violence, but death by suicide. And members should pay close attention and heed to their concerns with this bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. During the legislative hearing on this bill in July of last year, I expressed a willingness to work with you to find a compromise on this issue and to find a bipartisan solution that strengthens the fiduciary program and protects veterans. Unfortunately, since then, there has been no meaningful outreach to our side to find common ground. So let me reiterate what I said at that hearing, which is that my Republican colleagues have eschewed evidence-based data-driven policymaking, and have instead embraced unnecessarily partisan legislating based on anecdote and soundbite. You have doubled down on that strategy by bringing this bill forward today, even though the substance of it is already law. That kind of victory lap only proves to me that this is entirely about the politics of guns and has nothing to do with actually protecting veterans. Mr. Chairman, as I've said in the past, the stigma around seeking mental health treatment at VA that you and I and other members here is absolutely real, and its sources are varied. It is vital that we all do everything within our power to address that stigma. If a veteran needs care, they should seek it out without hesitation or trepidation. But sadly, I'm sorry to say that my colleagues have gone in the opposite direction and chosen to perpetuate the stigma. And worse yet, exploit it for political gain by sowing fear that the big bad VA is coming for your guns. It is dangerous misinformation and outright disinformation that unfortunately puts the lives of veterans at greater risk. It ignores the fact that VA's NICS reporting is based on a mental health determination, not a math test, and that it exists to protect veterans and others from harm. It ignores the entire body of law that unambiguously states that due process built into VA's system satisfies the constitutional muster under both the 5th and the 14th Amendments. And it ignores the fact that veterans can already appeal VA's determination to both the Court of Appeals for Veteran Claims and the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit. So today, Mr. Chairman, I will offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute that I think is a far better path forward. And many members on our side of the aisle will offer further amendments to the underlying bill in an attempt to correct the bill's many inherent deficiencies and put data behind some of the unknowns in this debate. I am hopeful that you and the rest of my colleagues in the majority will support them. But I'm under no illusion that you will, and as we know, this is a political issue for you and not a policy one. And as such, I will oppose this bill once again. Nevertheless, I will continue to advocate for a more reasoned approach to this issue to protect the lives of our veterans and their survivors, which I know is a priority we all share. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Representative Rosendale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to thank Chairman Boss for his leadership on this issue. Getting a version of the legislation into the House-passed Milcon VA bill and then into the minibus in March was a huge win for our veterans. This legislation is needed as it would fix and make a permanent fix. We have heard from our Democrat colleagues about how this legislation will increase veteran suicide. This is blatantly false. No studies or data show that veterans whom the VA deems incompetent are at a higher risk of suicide by firearm. The RAND Corporation and the Congressional Research Service confirmed this fact. We do know, however, that sending a veteran's name to the National Instant Criminal Background Check System without due process does disincentivize veterans from receiving the health care that they have earned. Cole Lowell from the Mission Roll Call confirmed this fact in our legislative hearing on July 18th of 2023 by acknowledging some veterans feel that their Second Amendment rights would be infringed upon if they sought health care, particularly mental health care at the VA. Treating a veteran who needs help managing their money fiduciary as a criminal is wrong. Veterans served our country honorably, and I am outraged. If not for Republican efforts, the VA would still be treating them like second-class citizens simply because they choose to have someone handle their financial affairs. I wonder how many others would fall into this category for using the services of a professional bookkeeper. Additionally, the Supreme Court found in Heller that the Second Amendment guarantees, I quote, guarantees the individual right to possess and carry firearms in the case of confrontation. And in McDonald, the court established the Second Amendment to be a fundamental right applied equally to the federal government and the states. The way the VA previously interpreted the statute was blatantly unconstitutional and an affront to the Supreme Court and the separation of powers. While I support this bill, there's some more that Congress must do to support veterans whose names have already been sent to NICS. I welcome the opportunity to discuss Congressman Crane's amendments that will strengthen this underlying bill. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Anyone else seek recognition? Representative Van Arden.
So I'm a lifetime member of the VFW, I'm a member of the American Legion, and I spend a lot of time in these places speaking to my fellow veterans. I'm on countless Facebook groups and all this stuff for vets. And oftentimes there is a lot of misinformation that goes out in these groups. And a while ago I got a message saying the VA is sending people's names to the NICS database, which prevents them from buying firearms. And I'm like, come on, guys, knock it off. And then we came here to the committee, I spoke to everybody, and in fact, it's true. So over 98% of the referrals to the NICS database were from the Veterans Affairs Administration. Over 98%. That's not a statistical anomaly. So when our veterans are not going to the VA because they rightfully were pointing out that the VA was sending their names to the FBI if they were incapable or unwilling to do the fiduciary stuff, then that makes the veterans not go. And when veterans don't go to the VA, they start sequestering themselves, they start having issues with drug and alcohol addiction, their mental health stuff is not treated, and they wind up committing suicide. So we have veterans who have not gone to the VA because they're rightfully concerned that the VA was reporting them directly to the FBI and they're losing their Second Amendment rights, who wind up committing suicide. So this is just absurd. The Veterans Administration has no right to do that. And it's actually detrimental. It's preventing veterans from going to the VA. And everybody, Democrat and Republican on this committee, I think I can speak for everybody in a bipartisan manner saying that we want our veterans to go to the VA. And if you don't want veterans to go to the VA, you're on the wrong committee. So this will help our veterans go to the VA because they won't have to be concerned about having their Second Amendment stripped by a bureaucrat. With that, I yield back.
Do any other members wish to comment? All right, with that, are there any amendments to H.R. 705? I now recognize Representative Cheffis McCormick. I'm almost there. I'm going to get it before it's done. To offer an amendment to the bill.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to H.R. 705 at the desk.
The clerk, you have an amendment at the desk? The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to HR 705, offered by Ms.
I ask
Schiffel.
unanimous consent that further reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and without objection, so ordered. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you. The issue before us is fundamentally a harm prevention issue. Everyone here on this committee is no stranger to the fact that the rate of suicide amongst veterans is disproportionately high in comparison to civilian suicide rates. Our veterans have put their lives on the line for our nation, and we owe it to them to do all that we can do, not only to provide them with the support and resources they need, but to ensure that we are not doing more harm than good. While there are still things we can't do, while there are still things we don't know about the effects of this proposed legislation that we'll have, we do know that there is a potential to do more harm than good by putting more guns in more hands of some of our most vulnerable veterans. My amendment would ensure that we, at the very least, continue to protect those with the most serious mental impairments by requiring they continue report to the National Instant Criminal Background Check System. I hope that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will support this effort to prevent harm to our veterans. I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. Some of the amendments offered today are well-intentioned, some are not. But each of the amendments offered today by my colleagues across the aisle are an attempt at, and our side of the aisle, are an attempt and a risk the passage of H.R. 705. And I'm not allowing veterans' Second Amendment rights to be stripped away without due process. I will not allow the politics of Washington to stomp on the constitutional rights of our veterans. As I have stated before, starting on October 1st of this year, veterans' constitutional rights will be on the chopping block once again. No one will prevent me from permanently codifying the protection of veterans' constitutional rights that was enacted in the Consolidated Appropriation Act of 2024. Veterans service organizations represent the voice of millions of veterans in this nation. And as I have stated before, many VSOs support H.R. 705 as introduced. So we have received no views from VSOs on this amendment. Therefore, this amendment could put at risk H.R. 705. Furthermore, we have received no views from the Department of Veterans Affairs on any of the unknown consequences of this amendment. And we have received no estimates on the cost of this amendment from the Congressional Budget Office. We have kicked out other bills from this markup, including Republican bills that have no CBO score. And I refuse to go back on our committee's commitment to be fiscally responsible. For these reasons, I strongly oppose this amendment, as well as other amendments being offered by my colleagues across the aisle today. For the amendment with merit, I am happy to consider them at a later date, but I will stop at nothing to prevent veterans from being treated like second-class citizens. I urge my colleagues to vote no with me on this amendment and all others that would risk the passage of H.R. 705 and Veterans Second Amendment Protection Act. Does any other member wish to comment on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Ranking member.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Sherflis McCormick, for your leadership on this issue and on this committee. I strongly support your amendment, and I urge its adoption. We know that VA beneficiaries who are assigned a fiduciary are among the most vulnerable beneficiaries in the VA system. Many are elderly, and most have a severe mental illness that renders them unable to manage their own affairs. Let me repeat that. Most of them on this list have a severe mental illness that renders them unable to manage their own affairs. In July last year, when we held a legislative hearing on this bill, the committee was presented with evidence that many beneficiaries suffer from schizophrenia, dementia, bipolar disorder, and several other illnesses that I think we can agree render someone with access to a firearm a greater danger to themselves or others. As such, it only seems appropriate that VA be able to continue to report beneficiaries with those conditions to the NICS database, which this amendment accomplishes. I fully support the amendment from Ms. Sherfless McCormick, and I thank her for offering it.
Are there any other members that wish to comment on the amendment? Hearing none. The question now occurs on agreeing with the Sherfless McCormick Amendment, H.R. 705. And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Ms.
A recorded vote has been requested. A recorded vote has been requested, and pursuant to committee rules, the vote will be postponed. I now recognize Representative McGarvey to offer an amendment to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to echo.
You have an amendment at the desk?
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to HR 705.
I ask unanimous consent that further reading of the amendment is dispensed with without objection. So ordered. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I echo a lot of my colleagues' concerns with the underlying bill. And I think it's important, we talk about another statistic, that the single most at-risk group for suicide in the United States of America are white men over 50 who have served in our military and possess a firearm. And I know that this committee takes that very seriously and is something we all want to see go down and help our veterans. Since we are trying to do that, I want to make sure that this bill doesn't interfere with those efforts. This bill already requires that you seek a judicial order to send a veteran's name to NICS. But it is not particularly clear on how to effectuate that judicial order. This amendment, I believe, is straightforward. I believe it's nonpartisan. And I believe it's a tweak that will actually help the process and the substance of the underlying bill. That's because one of the flaws in HR 705 is it doesn't say which authority the VA must turn to for that judicial order. The most appropriate court, I believe, would be the Court of Appeals for Veterans Claims. The Court of Appeals for Veterans Claims is independent of the VA, but it also has expertise in veterans law and in interpreting the medical evidence associated with a veteran's claim. Additionally, given the recognized elevated risk of self-harm among our veteran population, my hope is that the CAVC establishes a fast lane for consideration of these judicial orders. I also have to point out that the majority wants the VA to go seek a judicial order to report to NICS, but then offers amendments to ban the VA from seeking those orders at the state level. I think my amendment addresses this discrepancy and will give the VA a ready avenue to seek such orders. I ask my colleagues to join me in this technical tweak that will ensure the VA has the proper channels to speedily adjudicate these issues and respect the rights of our veterans, and I yield back.
Thank you, the gentleman, for yielding back. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. I have stated before, I will oppose any amendment that would allow violations of veterans' constitutional rights. This amendment risks the passage of H.R. 705. We have received no views from VSOs on the amendment. We have also received no views from the department on any of the unknown consequences of the amendment. And importantly, we have not received a CBO score. Therefore, I will vote no on this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Does any other member wish to comment on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Ranking member.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I want to thank Mr. McGarvey for offering this amendment. I appreciate his engagement and expertise on this issue. As I've said in my initial statement, the majority's bill completely ignores the fact that veterans can already seek judicial remedy should they object to their name being transmitted to the NICS database. It is not surprising then that one of the many things The majority bill's intent, or the majority of the bill is silent on, is which judicial authority VA should turn to should it decide to seek an order to report a beneficiary to NICS. It seems only sensible to me that an independent judicial body outside VA and with substantial experience in veterans law and interpreting medical evidence in veterans claims, such as the Court of Appeals for Veterans Claims, be the most logical place where this gets done. And it only makes sense for the CAVC to expedite these cases in order to allow for quick resolution. I appreciate you, Mr. McGarvey, and for offering this amendment to provide some clarity to VA on where they should turn to should they choose to seek the judicial orders contemplated by this bill. I urge its adoption, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek comment on this amendment? Mr. Van Orten.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think maybe I didn't make myself clear. The fundamental issue is this. When this committee decides to allow the Veterans Affairs Administration, or the Veterans Affairs Administration takes it upon themselves to limit the ability of our veterans to purchase firearms, it's going to make other veterans not want to go to the VA, period. So seeking a judicial remedy, having a World War II vet or a Korean War vet have to go through this administrative process to garner back their Second Amendment rights is inappropriate. And that veteran talks to another veteran who talks to their family, to another one, to another one, to another one, and it snowballs, and our veterans don't go to the VA. They don't go to the VA because they know that their constitutional rights are being curtailed by the Veterans Administration. And that makes our veterans not get the health care they need, and the outcomes are disastrous. So we can sit here and dance and see how many angels we can stick on the head of a pin. It doesn't mean anything to the World War II veterans sitting in a VFW in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, because they sit there and they talk and they say, did you hear about Bill getting reported to the NICS database to the FBI? The next line isn't, I sure did, and let's make sure we seek judicial remedy through, insert department. That's not what happens. The conversation stops there and people stop going to the VA. I cannot stress this to my colleagues enough. What you're doing, the unintended consequences of your well wishes, which I believe are sincere, are going to be more veterans not getting health care and wind up killing themselves, simply because they understand that their constitutional rights are being abridged by the Veterans Affairs Administration. I hope that was more clear. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else seeking Mr. Self first and then Crane? Yeah.
I hear from the other side of the aisle a couple of amendments, not the Second Amendment. I hear about the judicial process. Article 1 is there as Article 1 for a reason. The judicial branch was originally intended to be the weakest branch. Now we consider it the strongest branch, and I disagree with that. We are Article 1 for a reason. It is our job to protect, by the laws we pass, the constitutional rights of our veterans. Mr. Van Orden makes an excellent case for the practicality that we need to address. I want to address the constitutionality, and that to me is all important. We need to protect the constitutional rights of our veterans. And I yield back.
Mr. Crane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I actually agree with my colleague, Mr. Van Orden, on this one. He's right. I hear the same thing from veterans. They are afraid to go to the VA. They're afraid to talk about some of the issues they have, and this is one of the reasons right here. I've heard, and I do believe that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I do believe your intentions are good, and I don't believe that you want to see veterans use firearms to harm themselves or commit suicide. I think everybody on this committee agrees, that none of us want to see that. But I've also heard many of you say that, our veterans are some of the most vulnerable. So when you go and take some of these individuals that are the most vulnerable, and you basically prevent them from buying firearms because their information has now been sent to an FBI database, how do you think that makes them feel? Do you think that makes them feel any less vulnerable? No, it's awful for these individuals. And don't forget, many of these individuals, and some of them are on this panel today, have gone overseas, and we've been in war zones where the very people who were being oppressed weren't able to own firearms. And they're being terrorized by regimes that use their lack of being able to defend themselves, their lack of having a Second Amendment, to terrorize them. And so they've seen how this plays out all over the world, and now they're being told that they can't go and purchase a firearm to defend themselves or their family. And so I understand that, I think I understand the good nature of where you all are coming from, but I do agree with Mr. Van Orden. There's a lot of veterans that won't go to the VA and they won't get the care they need if this type of behavior continues. So I hope there can be some acknowledgement of that, and I yield back. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I want to yield my time to Congressman Garvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate the comments, particularly from the members of this committee who've served. And I don't minimize at all the importance of getting veterans into the VA for care. And I don't minimize the importance of having veterans go to that care knowing that their rights are going to be retained and that potentially believing something different could be a deterrent. I accept that. But I want to focus on what we're talking about here. We are talking about a group of veterans who are already in the kind of space where they can't take care of their daily financial affairs. And furthermore, we are talking about veterans who have been found by people at the VA to be a danger to themselves or others. And if they can't take care of their affairs, and if they are a danger to themselves or others, then how do we protect them from further harm? And what this amendment does is clarify that protection in this very limited scope and circumstance for our veterans who are struggling goes to an expedited VA court that has the expertise to deal with this and thoughtfully care for our veterans. We're not talking about a veteran who just needs to go in because they need a physical at 45 years old. We're talking about a much different population. And I think to conflate it with the rights you all are discussing is part of the reason people are having the conversations at the VFW in Eau Claire, Wisconsin that they're having, is because we are not being clear enough about the care we are seeking to provide on this committee with this amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
Anyone else? Dr. Miller-Mix.
Thank you very much. And let me just first say that I think certainly from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I think that your amendments and your concern for veterans and your wish to prevent and avoid them harm and keep them safe are well intended. However, I'm going to say this as a physician. Number one, if the in line is to protect them and they're in a fiduciary status because they cannot handle their own affairs or they have dementia, that may not be the person going to buy a firearm, number one. So that really is an exaggeration, I think, of what happens in those scenarios. And I've taken care of people at all levels of healthcare. Number two, it is a fact that veterans will not go to seek mental health care because they're concerned that their constitutional rights will be abridged. I've heard it. Every one of us have heard that. I've heard it at VA hospitals. I've heard it from people out in the public when I talk about the mental health, PTSD, and suicide prevention efforts the VA has. Number three, if the default is to report somebody in fiduciary status to the NICS system, what happens as a healthcare provider, I can tell you, is that the provider doesn't do the very difficult job, and it is excruciatingly difficult to talk to a family about firearms in the household and removing them. The default then is report them to the NICS system. I've done my duty. I don't have to have that conversation. I've had the conversation about firearms. I've had the conversation with adult children about removing their adult parents' driver's licenses and not letting them drive. These conversations are very long. They're very hard. They're very difficult because you're there to advocate as the provider for your patient to have those conversations. So I don't want the default to be, which in the healthcare system, it will default to what is easiest, and that will be, we've reported them to NICS, we've done our duty, where the real issue in this situation with this population is whether or not there's access to firearms, and are we having those conversations? Are we using other veterans to have those conversations? And every single one of us that have been in the military, as Representative Crane has said, we've been in countries where there are no Second Amendment rights, and we're protecting and defending people who are opposed to tyranny, as we just did last week in a supplemental. With that, I yield.
Mr. Mervan.
Respectfully, I pose this as a question, Dr. Miller-Meeks. In the event you are in the VA and a provider and a patient has dementia, do we mandate that they have that conversation, or is it an option to the provider?
It's an option. I would consider it good care.
Would you consider mandating that in the VA?
Then you're mandating standards of care, but I'm willing to have the conversation with you.
Thank you.
Any other comment? Hearing none, the question now occurs on agreeing to the McGarvey Amendment H.R. 705. All favors say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. No. Independent chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. McGarvey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to request a roll call vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to committee rules. The vote will be postponed. I now recognize Representative Crane to offer an amendment to the bill.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R.
I
705.
ask unanimous consent that further reading of the amendment be dispensed with and without objection, so ordered. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for hosting this markup today and for your tireless efforts you and your staff have put into getting this bill across the finish line. I do mean that, sir. I understand some of you all have been working on this for decades, and I'm grateful to be a part of that as a proud co-sponsor. My amendment here clarifies that any veteran who was reported to NICS by a VA fiduciary was done so incorrectly and is in violation of their constitutional rights. It also forces the VA secretary to instruct the Attorney General to remove these veterans from the NICS list. While I believe H.R. 705 to be a step in the right direction in our fight to protect Second Amendment rights of law-abiding, gun-owning veterans, we should not turn a blind eye to the 260,000 veterans who have been wrongfully submitted to the FBI's National Instant Criminal Background Check System, NICS. Earlier this year, Congress passed appropriations which prohibited this. Since then, a majority of House Democrats have come out against this policy and suggested that the Secretary of Veterans Affairs misuse VA funds in conflict with congressional intent and the will of the people to continue disarming veterans, create an unauthorized process for dragging veterans before judges for red flag disarmament proceedings, and use unconstitutional state-level gun confiscation laws against veterans even outside of the fiduciary program. These lawless suggestions by House Democrats are my constituents' nightmare. President Biden will have no problem plowing ahead with stripping veterans of their gun rights, and if this administration can do it to veterans, then they can do it to the rest of America. Mr. Chairman, I understand and respect your position on wanting to move this policy as a standalone bill, and I'm committed to working with you on that. But I don't think we need to delay restoring rights to veterans until the next markup. It has been long enough. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
I now recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. I understand the intent behind Representative Crane's amendment, and I am committed to working together with him to ensure the veterans' Second Amendment rights are protected. But there are critical problems with this amendment. which would risk the passage of H.R. 705. We have received no views from the veteran service organizations on it. Veteran service organizations represent the interests of millions of veterans nationwide, and we should not be cutting them out of the conversation. Furthermore, we have not received no views from the Department of Veterans Affairs, and importantly, we have received no estimate on the cost of this amendment from the Congressional Budget Office. We have prohibited the other bills without a CBO score from being marked up by the full committee, and we should not make an exception here just because some of us support the intent of the amendment. I support what Representative Crane is trying to accomplish here, but I will be voting no on this amendment. However, I look forward to working with him to continue our fight to protect veterans' constitutional rights. Mr. Crane has my commitment to work with him to put this text through a full legislative process and hopefully consider it on a July markup. So my answer on this amendment is not no, but wait. We want to make sure we get this right, and having it go through a legislative process is the way to do it. I ask my colleagues to vote no on this amendment so that H.R. 705, the Veterans Second Amendment Protection Act, has the best chance at passing. Does any other member wish to comment on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
We haven't called for it yet. We haven't called for it. Ranking member, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to express my strong opposition to the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, and that urges defeat. We all swore an oath, Mr. Chairman, to support and defend the Constitution. And for those among us like yourself and Mr. Crane, you have taken that oath multiple times in multiple different venues, which we should all applaud and appreciate. But we all owe fealty and duty of care to one of the founding documents of our republic. However, Mr. Chairman, in spite of that oath, we are here in this body not as arbiters of what adheres to the Constitution and what does not. We have opinions on constitutional matters, certainly, some more well-researched and some more specious. And some of us are more vocal about those opinions than others. But that very same document that we support and defend vests the power to in an entirely separate branch of government. So, to ignore the fact that this provision in the Brady Handgun Violence Prevention Act, which has long been held to pass constitutional muster by that other branch, is dubious, disingenuous, and outside the scope of what we here in this body are able to do under the separation of powers outlined in the Constitution itself. We don't have the luxury of simply unilaterally declaring something unconstitutional because we don't like it. And so I must object to this amendment, Mr. Chairman, and I encourage members of this committee to vote against it. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else? Representative Rosendale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I want to thank Congressman Crane for this amendment that would strengthen the underlying bill. While the legislation as written would protect veterans from having their names sent to NICS if they do decide to use a fiduciary to help manage their money, the legislation does nothing to protect the approximately 260,000 veterans who have already had their information sent to NICS. 260,000 veterans have already had their information sent to NICS. As referenced by Mr. Van Orden, in fact, 98% of the adjudicated mental health records in the background check system that were submitted by the federal government are veterans disarmed by the Department of Veterans Affairs. The 260,000 veterans deserve justice too, and Congressman Crane's amendment achieves this goal. Congressman Crane's amendment would require the Secretary of the VA to notify the Attorney General and each affected veteran who has had their name sent to NICS that they no longer are considered mentally defective. That's what they're considered, mentally defective, because they've decided to utilize the services of a fiduciary. This would restore the Second Amendment rights of approximately 260,000 veterans. I thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Any other member seek recognition? Okay, seeing none. The question now occurs on the agreeing to the Crane Amendment number 3 to HR 705. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. No. Opinion Chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair. I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Pursuant to committee rules, this vote will be postponed. I now recognize Representative Crane to offer his amendment, the second amendment, or his other amendment. You have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to HR 705, offered by Mr. Crane of Arizona.
I ask unanimous consent that further reading of the amendment is dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman, I object to the waiving of the reading. I would like my colleagues to actually hear what this amendment proposes to do.
There's an objection. Go ahead and clerk, finish reading the amendment.
Section 3, prevention of use of unconstitutional gun confiscation laws against veterans. A, prohibition. No officer or employee of the Department of Veterans Affairs shall initiate, utilize, or participate in any procedures relating to a state gun confiscation law. B, definitions in this section. 1, the term gun confiscation law means a risk-based, temporary, and preemptive protective order that authorizes the removal of a firearm. 2, the term state has the meaning given such term in Section 101 of Title 38 United States Code.
The gentleman is now recognized for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm grateful to you and your staff for your work on this. I mentioned in my earlier remarks that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would like to see the VA continue disarming law-abiding gun-owning veterans, especially by utilizing unconstitutional red flag gun laws in blue cities and states. My amendment addresses gun confiscation of veterans by directly prohibiting the Department of Veterans Affairs from engaging in procedures of states who have gun confiscation laws, ensuring that the VA cannot drag veterans before judges for red flag disarmament proceedings. This is common sense amendment I think every Republican can get behind, and with that, I yield back.
I recognize myself. I understand the Representative Crane is trying to accomplish here, and I agree that there is still work to be done to ensure that Veterans' Second Amendment rights are protected. But we have no views for the Veterans Service Organizations. We also have no views from the Department on unintended consequences of the amendment, and we have no CBO score. These problems risk the passage of HR 705. Therefore, I will be voting no on this amendment, and I ask my colleagues to do the same. As I stated in the last amendment, I am happy to work with Mr. Crane to have his amendment go through our regular process and hopefully consider to be a future markup in July. And does any other member wish to comment on the amendment? Ranking member.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I again wish to express my strong opposition to the amendment from the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, and I urge its defeat. Mr. Chairman, I'm confused about this amendment, which would bar VA employees from participating in state court proceedings related to protective orders or red flag laws, that is, proceedings where an assessment of risk of harm from firearms is being done by a judicial body. This could include domestic violence cases. The underlying bill requires that VA seek a judicial order before having the ability to report a beneficiary to the NICS list. But then this amendment would effectively prevent VA from doing so. It gags VA employees from being initiators, participants, or fact or expert witnesses. The underlying bill is silent on where VA should actually go to seek this order, leaving a great deal of uncertainty. Thankfully, Mr. McGarvey offered an amendment to fix that issue, but predictably, the majority is opposed to that. Has the gentleman from Arizona contemplated what this would mean for veterans who actually need the expertise of VA and its clinicians and experts to support them in court? Under this amendment, VA would be barred from providing evidence to support the veteran in these proceedings. And if VA had relevant information that could prevent harm, VA would be prevented from sharing that information. This creates an untenable situation where the federal government must needlessly be antagonistic towards state courts. Mr. Chairman, I've said repeatedly that our side views this issue very much as a suicide prevention issue, not a gun rights issue. So to attempt to take away one of the few tools VA may have left in a post-Kennedy Amendment world to protect VA beneficiaries from the risk of self-harm or harm to others is unconscionable. I encourage my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and further, I encourage you to support the upcoming amendment from Ms. Ramirez that would actually seek to bolster VA's use of state-level extreme risk protection orders. Because if we're truly serious about lowering the rate of veteran suicide, we must give VA every tool we can to do so. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else seeking recognition? Representative Rosendale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, red flag laws are another way for the anti-gun extremists to strip Second Amendment rights away from law-abiding citizens, completely bypassing Americans' right to due process. Numerous states have already passed red flag laws that empower the government to indefinitely confiscate firearms from lawful gun owners. Data suggests that gun confiscation orders fail to reduce crime, mass murders, or suicide, and only punish law-abiding gun owners. This amendment by my good friend Congressman Crane simply prevents the Department of Veteran Affairs from cooperating with rogue left-wing states attempting to disarm American veterans. The VA was created to serve veterans and to provide them with quality health care and the benefits that they deserve and that they have earned. The VA's resources should not be funneled towards gun-grabbing efforts weaponized against our servicemen and women. Our country's veterans have been deployed all over the world to defend our freedom, and it is unacceptable for their rights to be trampled upon once they return home. I urge support for Representative Crane's amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Does any other one seek to make comments on this amendment? Seeing none, the question now occurs on agreeing to the Crane Amendment number 4 to H.R. 705. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Crane?
I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to committee rules. This vote will be postponed. I now recognize Representative Ramirez to offer an amendment in the order, amendment to the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Boston, Ranking Member Takano.
Do you have amendment at the desk?
Oh, yeah, I do. Sorry, I have an amendment at the desk. I got ahead
The
of
clerk
myself.
shall report the amendment.
Amendment to HR 705, offered by
I ask unanimous consent that further reading of the amendment be dispensed with, and without objection, so ordered. The gentlewoman is now recognized for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm pleased to offer an amendment to HR 705 because 155 veterans. Let me say that again. 155 veterans' lives were lost to suicide in Illinois. 66.5% of these veterans lost their lives by firearms. And folks, if our commitment is to prevent the loss of life, particularly to support and prevent veteran suicide, then we cannot in any way support the overlaying bill here, 705. Because veteran suicide is preventable, and if we invest and consciously choose to increase resources for our veterans, we could actually address it. Part of that prevention is ensuring that the VA is equipped with the tools to employ prevention practices. Enhanced risk protection orders, the ERPOs, they have been found to be incredibly effective at preventing suicide and violence. ERPOs temporarily restrict access to gun individuals at an elevated risk of harming themselves or others. Let me repeat that. ERPOs temporarily restrict access to guns for individuals at an elevated risk of harming themselves or others. As the VA deals with the Kennedy Amendment rider that obstructs its ability to participate in prevention, the ERPOs provide a different avenue to prevent harm and hopefully save lives. That is why I am proud to offer my amendment to HR 705, which would require the VA to partner with an academic institution and conduct a study on impediments to VA utilizing obtaining enhanced risk protection orders. Specifically, the amendment would direct the VA to establish a partnership and commence a study within 180 days and specifies that the study should be completed and transmitted to the Four Corners 18 months after the enactment. I encourage my colleagues to focus on the issue at hand, suicide prevention for our veterans. Thank you, Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. As I have stated before, I will stop at nothing to protect the veterans' constitutional rights. This amendment risks the passage of H.R. 705. We have not heard from VSOs on this amendment. We have also not heard from VA on any of the unknown consequences of this amendment. And importantly, we have not received a CBO score. Therefore, I will vote no on this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Do any other members wish to comment? Ranking member?
Mr. Chairman, I support the Ramirez amendment to analyze any potential impediments to VA seeking and obtaining extreme risk protection orders where appropriate. As I said in my comments against the Crane amendment previously, we must give VA every tool we can to address the issue of veteran suicide. So I appreciate Ms. Ramirez offering this amendment. I strongly support it and encourage others to do the same, and I yield back.
Does any other member wish to comment on the amendment? Hearing none, the question now occurs on agreeing to the Ramirez Amendment Number 5 to H.R. 705. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further? I now recognize, no. We didn't vote on this one. We just did vote. Never mind. I apologize. Yep, got it. Okay, now we're going. Are there further amendments? I now recognize Representative Ramirez to offer amendment number 6 to the bill.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 705, offered by Ms. Ramirez.
I ask unanimous consent that further reading of the amendment be dispensed with. Without objection, so ordered. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes on her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. One of the primary arguments made to justify the need of this bill is that the disability benefits questionnaires, what we call the DBQs, are an inadequate measure of a veteran's ability to manage their own affairs because of their mental illness, and that the contractors of VHA employees filling out that section have reduced to a checkbox activity. While I do not agree with this assessment, I do understand that analysis is a powerful tool that can help us better understand the accuracy of those sections. And that is why I'm proud to offer an amendment to H.R. 705 that instructs the GAO to conduct a study on the accuracy and the consistency which contract compensation and pension examiners are filling out the mental competency section of DBQs. Specifically, what would the study do? It would evaluate the training specific to those sections offered by the Medical Disability Program Office, the MDEO. It would identify and it would evaluate any follow-up on training the contractor is offering their providers. It would also identify and evaluate what specific training Veteran Service Representatives, VSRs, in rating Veteran Service Representative are given related to examining medical evidence for competency determinations. This study will be submitted to Four Corners 1 year after the enactment, and the underlying bill could not take effect until the study is complete and transmitted to Four Corners. This comprehensive study would help the VA and the members of this committee see what gaps, if any, exist. Look, folks, good policy can only be driven by evidence and facts. And until we can produce that, we are in no position to say that the underlying bill will address the concerns expressed by my colleagues. I hope that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will consider this amendment. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. I have stated before I oppose any amendment that would allow a violation of veterans' constitutional rights. This amendment risks the passage of H.R. 705. We have received no views from VSOs on this amendment. We have also received no views from the department on any of the unknown consequences of this amendment. And importantly, we have received no CBO score. Therefore, I will vote no on this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Does any other member wish to comment on the amendment? Ranking member?
Mr. Chairman, I support the Ramirez amendment. I urge all colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Is there any other comments from any of the other members? Hearing none, the question now occurs on agreeing to the Ramirez Amendment Number 6 to HR 705. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. I now recognize Representative Mervan offer an amendment to the bill, Amendment Number 7.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to HR 705.
I ask unanimous consent that further reading of the amendment be dispensed with without objection, so ordered. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
HR 705 injects a great deal of risk into the system, including the risk of increased death by suicide among veterans. At the very least, we must be sure that this bill will not lead to increased veteran suicide before it takes effect. That is why I'm introducing this amendment, which would require that the Secretary of Veteran Affairs certify to Congress that the underlying bill will not lead to an increase in death by suicide using a firearm. We made a pact to honor our veterans and their service, and we must uphold that pact by putting the health and safety of our veterans at the center of this conversation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. As I've stated before, I'll stop at nothing to protect the veterans' constitutional rights. This amendment risks the passage of HR 705. We have not heard from VSOs on this amendment. We've also not heard from VA on any of the unknown consequences of this amendment. And importantly, we have received no CBO score. Therefore, I will be voting no on this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Does any other member wish to comment on the amendment? Ranking member?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And thank you to Mr. Mervan for offering his amendment. And I strongly support it and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Mr. Chairman, we've heard you say that ending veteran suicide is among your top priorities. I have no cause to doubt your sincerity on that point. And in fact, I share that goal wholeheartedly, as does, I'm sure, everyone else on this committee. But that makes it all the more baffling that we should be considering a bill today that seems to move the situation in the wrong direction. Among the many unknowns in this debate and in the potential outcomes of implementing the policy the majority is pushing, the one known fact is that it will lead to more guns in more hands of more vulnerable beneficiaries. So we must take special care that we're not unnecessarily injecting risk into the system, because the result of that increased risk could also be increased self-harm among veterans, survivors, and other beneficiaries. Mr. Mervan's amendment is common sense in that it would simply say that the bill could not take effect until we're certain that it won't increase suicide among the fiduciary population. Mr. Chairman, I'm not a physician, and I've never taken the Hippocratic Oath, but one of its major tenets is, quote, first do no harm, end quote. And it applies in this particular situation. The majority's bill has the potential to do great harm. So I think it makes sense to step back from that and pause for a beat until we more fully understand the implications of the policy. And for those reasons and more, I support Mr. Mervan's amendment and encourage others to do so as well. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. As any other member seek Representative So?
Mr. Chairman, this reads that they certify in writing that it will not lead to an increase, I think is what it means to say, in the rate of death by suicide. I realize there are some people that do believe that the federal government is all-knowing and all-powerful, but I fail to see how anyone can certify with certainty that this will not do something or will do something in terms of the rate of death by suicide using a firearm. I think this is an impossibility, and I yield back.
Does anyone else seek recognition? Representative Murban.
The reverse thought process of that would be then if you're passing a law saying that the VA can't send the individual's record to the FBI, that it will take away their gun rights, and ultimately you're mandating or knowing that it's not in the best interest of that veteran without any information. So we are being all-knowing in saying that if you take away, if you report them to that individual and you're using their fiduciary rights, if they're taken away and you report them that their guns will be taken away, that's not necessarily going to happen either. So you're mandating something that you don't know will happen.
Gentleman yields back. Here, anyone else seeking recognition? Hearing none, the question now, Mr. Van Orden.
Thank you.
Sorry, didn't see
Thank
you.
you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mervan, I respect you tremendously. I do agree with Colonel Self that this would be an impossibility to approve, and it's a way to slow roll this legislation, which I think is very important. And to have the Secretary of Veterans Affairs or anybody sign on to an absolute, which is what this is asking for, is truly an impossibility. And we can't quantify that. What we can absolutely quantify is that over 98% of all the referrals to the NICS database were done by the Veterans Affairs Committee. That's over 230,000 individual veterans whose Second Amendment constitutional rights were essentially revoked by a bureaucrat. We can quantify that. We will never be able to quantify this. So although I do respect you tremendously, I understand that your intent is pure. I cannot support this amendment, and I would encourage my colleagues not to also.
Anyone else seeking recognition? Hearing none, the question now occurs on the agreement to the Murban Amendment to H.R. 705. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a roll call.
A recorded vote has been requested, and pursuant to committee rules, the vote on this will be postponed. I now recognize Representative Brownlee to offer an amendment to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 705.
I ask unanimous consent that further reading of the amendment be dispensed with, and without objection, so ordered. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes to
Thank you, Mr.
explain her
Chairman.
amendment.
Like many members on this committee, I have deep concerns about the welfare of our veterans. I'm also especially concerned about the high rate of death by suicide among veterans, including among women veterans who are far more likely than their non-veteran counterparts to die by suicide. I know we all agree that even one veteran who dies by suicide is too many. Over the years, this committee has repeatedly debated legislation to change the process by which veterans who have fiduciaries appointed can or should be reported to the NICS system for the purposes of preventing gun purchase. One thing that I know from my experience in Congress is that my casework team has had many, many cases opened for veterans who have needed to have a fiduciary appointed because they were experiencing a mental health crisis. Without a fiduciary, these veterans are at risk of being taken advantage of financially. In some cases, they've also been high risk for suicide or other harmful behaviors, including harming those around them. A very tragic case in my congressional district occurred when a Marine Corps veteran who was experiencing a severe mental health crisis and who slipped through the cracks in our mental health system used a gun that he purchased legally and killed 12 people at a borderline bar and grill in my district. This tragedy affects and continues to affect my community and me very deeply. So I come at this issue of veterans' mental health and access to guns with deep, deep concerns, not only for veterans who are at risk, but also for their loved ones and the general public who may also be at risk. So I'm offering an amendment that I think addresses this concern. One of the many unknowns in this debate is the long-term health outcomes, especially the mental health outcomes of those assigned a fiduciary by the VA. I think we should understand these mental health outcomes better before we remove safeguards in the law that are intended to protect vulnerable veterans. So my amendment is quite simple. It ensures that VA conducts a study alongside the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration on the long-term mental health outcomes of the veteran population who have been assigned a fiduciary. This study will provide us with a more comprehensive and improved understanding of the scope of the mental health needs of this vulnerable population. In my view, it's imperative that we gather this information to better understand this population and more specifically understand how removing the legal safeguards around gun purchases might affect this population. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. As I have stated before, I will oppose the amendment that would allow violations of the veterans' constitutional rights. This amendment risks the passage of H.R. 705. We have received no views from VSOs on this amendment. We have also received no views from the Department on any of the unknown consequences of the amendment, and importantly, we have received no CBO score. Therefore, I will be voting no on this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Does any other member wish to comment on the amendment? Ranking member?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I thank Ms. Brownlee especially for offering this thoughtful amendment. I strongly urge my colleagues to support it. Mr. Chairman, as I've said, there are a great deal of unknowns in this debate, and the majority's underlying bill does nothing to fill those information gaps. We know that those assigned a fiduciary by VA are among the most vulnerable beneficiaries in VA system. But we don't know much about the long-term health outcomes of those in the fiduciary program. And more to the point, we need to understand what conditions these beneficiaries are suffering with, and we need to understand how that may or may not translate into increased dangerousness to self or others over the long term. This information is vital not only to determine the effects of this bill and the associated Kennedy Amendment, but also to delivering better care to this population. As such, I commend Representative Brownlee for offering it to fill the data gaps that should have been filled prior to the majority embarking on this endeavor. I urge my colleagues, therefore, to support it as well. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Any other one wishing to speak on the amendment? Hearing none, the question now occurs on agreeing to the Brownlee Amendment to H.R. 705. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. I now recognize Representative Basinski to offer an amendment to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R.
I
705.
ask unanimous consent that further reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and without objection, so ordered. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to offer this amendment to H.R. 705. Veterans' mental health is a focal point in this discussion today, and ensuring our veterans have access to high-quality mental health services is a priority of mine, and I know a top priority for this entire committee. Veterans face barriers to treatment, including stigma, shame, and a lack of understanding, as well as long wait times and travel distances, particularly in rural areas like the ones I represent. I believe that the VA must do more to identify the sources of stigma and other barriers to seeking mental health. My amendment would require the VA to conduct a study to determine what factors are contributing to that stigma and investigate additional barriers. I think this is getting to what Ranking Member Takano talked about, is identifying and investigating more of those unknowns for our veterans. Additionally, it would mandate the VA to create and conduct an outreach campaign to combat those barriers and associated stigma. As we all know, veterans face unique challenges when seeking MH care, and we must find unique opportunities and solutions to better assist them. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment to help our veterans. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. As I've stated before, I will oppose any amendment that would allow violations of veterans' constitutional rights. This amendment risks the passage of H.R. 705. We have received no views from VSOs on this amendment. We have also received no views from the department on any of the unknown consequences of this amendment. And importantly, we've received no CBO score. Therefore, I will vote no on this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Does any other member wish to comment on the amendment? Ranking member.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and thank you to Representative Budzinski, one of the most engaged and thoughtful new members, not just of this committee, but of the entire Congress. I appreciate her amendment, and I strongly support it, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. As I've said in my initial statement on this bill, it is an absolute certainty that a stigma exists among veterans with respect to seeking mental health care at VA. We've all heard that directly from veterans. And I firmly believe that efforts like the majority's legislation contribute more to that sentiment than it does to alleviate it. However, there are certainly many other reasons for that stigma as well, most of which we are probably not even aware of. As such, it is important that we try to understand those reasons so that VA can address them and break down the walls between veterans and the care they need at VA. So, Mr. Chairman, every veteran should feel comfortable going to VA for mental health care without fear. And Ms. Budzinski's amendment takes a step in the right direction toward making that a reality. I strongly support it, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. And veterans, if you're listening to this hearing, if you or someone you know needs help, please do not hesitate. Go and get the care you need. You have earned that care and have a right to it, and nothing or no one should stop you from getting it. And I yield back.
And another member seek recognition.
I have to say this.
The gentleman.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized.
I have to say this again. Veterans are not going to go to the VA when we are dealing with issues like this. You are scaring veterans away from the VA. And no one's going to be able to study the stigma behind mental health issues. And I've been diagnosed with PTSD, rightfully so has several of my colleagues. And if I thought that my rights were being abridged by the VA, I would not have gone. So I have to stress to my colleagues again, all of these well-intended amendments, even this one, Ms. Budzinski, it sounds like it's great, but we're just adding fuel to the fire to scare veterans away from the VA, simply by doing this. And I'm urging my colleagues to stop this. We have to get veterans to go to the VA. And how we do that is making sure they understand crystal clear that their Second Amendment rights are not going to be abridged by this committee or by the Veterans Affairs Administration. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member seek recognition? Mr. Crane.
Yeah, I just want to once again echo what my colleague Derek Van Orden's talking about. We keep talking about studying these stigmas. If only there were some veterans that could help us understand. There's a bunch of veterans in this room who are saying loud and clear, guys, look, we understand that you have good intentions, but we're not talking about veteran suicide here. We're talking about VA fiduciaries reporting veterans who need help managing their VA benefits to a criminal FBI database. And the bottom line is most Americans don't trust the federal government. They just don't, and they have a lot of reasons not to trust the federal government. And so all these talks about, hey, let's do another study, let's do another study so we can figure out what the problem here is with veterans and why they don't want to go to the VA. We're telling you what the issue is because we have many veterans here that have experienced it, but there's really no listening. There's just reading from the sheets, all right? It's kind of sad that my colleagues are not listening to the veterans in this room who have gone off, fought in wars, come back home, deal with some of the issues that come along with that, and are telling you, if I thought that my Second Amendment rights would be in danger of being violated, I would not have gone to the VA. And we're hearing it from our colleagues and our friends who we served with who are concerned about the very same thing. And why wouldn't they be? Because you guys continue to, every single one of you has defended what's going on here today, and having the VA send information of anybody that needs a fiduciary off to the FBI without due process. Why wouldn't they be concerned with it? And so, once again, if we want to just keep reading from the sheets, go for it. But you have plenty of explanations here. We don't need another study. You have the information. You have, plenty of testimony from people that have experienced it. So just wanted to put that out there one more time. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Anybody else seeking recognition? Mr. Self.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is probably an opportunity, and I would ask every veteran on this committee to weigh in on this, because what my two colleagues have said is the essence of this entire bill. Those of us who have gone in harm's way have to keep reiterating what has been reiterated here. Veteran suicide is a major problem, and I frankly don't think the VA is getting at it well enough. But let's don't conflate taking constitutional rights away with doing something about veteran suicide. We're talking about people who cannot handle their finances. So I support my fellow veterans here and ask that this committee listen to them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Anyone else seek recognition? Hearing none. The question now occurs on agreeing to the Budzinski Amendment, H.R. 705. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. I'm now recognizing Representative Landsman to offer an amendment to the bill. Representative Landsman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so I think this will be a
Do you have a
Yes.
amendment at the desk?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 705, offered by Mr. Landsman.
I ask unanimous consent that further reading of the amendment be dispensed with, and without objection so ordered. Now the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
No.
I departed because I threw the script away, Mr. Crane. I agree with you. You're welcome. Got me in trouble. But anyways, I think this has been an incredibly helpful debate, and listening to our veterans on this is really important. The advice I was given once, a long time ago, about politics and making sure that you don't count somebody out that you may end up working well with is try to avoid intent, right? Like try not to assume intent. Although on this one, I do think that the intent here across the board, as Mr. Van Orden said, is that we all care deeply about reducing veteran suicides and making sure that veterans have access to services, healthcare and otherwise, and that they don't feel any barriers, that there's no barriers. I also know that we desperately need to better understand what's working as it relates to veteran suicide prevention, what's not working, best practices. This is a bipartisan bill that several of us are working on, and I suspect it'll have unanimous support, just to underscore the fact that we all want to figure out how to solve this, to get better at helping veterans who are struggling, what those barriers are, and what those best practices might be. I went to, last week, what's considered best practice in our region. It's outside the district, but close enough. It's called Save a Warrior, and it's a 3-day immersion program for those who are contemplating suicide. And they've had incredible success, 80, 90% or higher success rate, and getting people to come back and helping them through this process, in part because they're getting at an underlying issue. So there's the PTSD, and then there's underlying issues. And part of what they have determined has been successful, and all of their slots are full each each and every week, is that there's no pills, no bills, and no diagnosis, right? The idea that we're not going to try to medicate, that's someone else's job. We're not going to charge you anything, and we're not going to give you a diagnosis, which gets at this issue, which is once you get a diagnosis, there is this fear, and it is a real fear among veterans that any number of things will happen, including their gun will be taken. And I support red flag laws. That's an area where I think we'll disagree. Not everyone, but treating veterans differently is a big question. Like, why would we do that? Especially when we know that this is a barrier where veterans are saying, I want to get help. I don't want to go to the VA because I'm afraid I may lose my Second Amendment, this piece of autonomy that I have. So the amendment I'm offering is just a data collection amendment. It has not been scored by the CBO, but it just says, hey, let's get some data on how this is affecting people. So I offer the amendment in that context, and a genuine appreciation for the feedback that we've gotten here from our veterans. Certainly colleagues on my side of the aisle, I have great intentions here, and I think we're all trying to solve a problem that's very complicated. But the idea of listening to our veterans, Mr. Crane said over and over, is a very powerful one. And I not only appreciate your service, but I appreciate the way in which you've engaged here, which is to say, hey, we have a really strong opinion on this. It may be different than yours. We do appreciate that you all want to reduce veteran suicides. We just disagree on how to do that. And I think that has been very helpful, and I appreciate it. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. The amendment risks the passage of HR 705. We have not heard from VSOs on the amendment. We have also not heard from VA on how the unknown consequences of this amendment may be, and importantly, as was said, we've not received a CBO score. Therefore, I will vote no on this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Does any other member wish to comment on the amendment? Ranking member.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm just looking for my comments. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I fully support Mr. Landsman's amendment, and I urge all my colleagues to do the same.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment? Hearing none. The question now occurs on the agreeing to the Landsman amendment to HR 705. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. I now recognize Representative Levin to offer an amendment to the bill.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to HR 705, offered by Mr.
I ask
Levin.
unanimous consent that further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Without objection, so ordered. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me associate myself with the comments made by my friend, Mr. Landsman, who I think just left. But I know that we all want the same thing at the end of the day on both sides of the aisle. That's to dramatically reduce the veteran suicide epidemic in this country. I think we might disagree on some of the steps that we need to take. One area that we know is that veterans rarely use the current appeals process for administrative relief from reporting to the National Instant Criminal Background Check System, or NICS. What we don't know is why. So my amendment to HR 705 is simple, and Mr. Crane, I apologize in advance for the word I'm about to use. It would require VA to study why veterans are not choosing to use the current appeals process to prevent their names from being reported to the background check system. I agree, and I think pretty much everybody here agrees, that we've got to ensure our veterans have access to due process. One reason why I supported Ranking Member Takano's amendment to require a secondary mental health determination rather than a judicial determination before VA can report a veteran to NICS. My amendment would help us understand what works and what doesn't under the current system so we can make common sense changes that do not undermine our work on veteran suicide prevention. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on my amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. This amendment risks the passage of H.R. 705. We have received no views of VSOs on this amendment. We have also received no views from the department on any of the unknown consequences of this amendment, and importantly, we received no CBO score. Therefore, I will be voting no on the amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Does any other member wish to comment?
Mr.
Ranking
Chairman.
member?
Mr. Chairman, I fully support Mr. Levin's amendment. Urge all my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to comment? Hearing none, the question now occurs on agreeing to the Levin amendment to H.R. 705. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And I will now recognize I now recognize Representative DeLuzio.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
I suggest the absence of a quorum.
We do not currently have a quorum. The committee will stand at recess until a quorum is present. Okay, a quorum back present. We will now reconvene. I now recognize Representative DeLuzio to offer an amendment to the bill.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 705, offered by Mr. DeLuzio.
I ask unanimous consent that further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Without objection, so ordered. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would establish a new grant program for veterans' legal clinics at institutions of higher learning to specifically help represent veterans in fiduciary-related proceedings. The NICS process we've been discussing today was established with the goal of reducing suicide, but I think there's broad agreement we can improve the process. If a veteran thinks they're unjustly reported to NICS or even that their termination from the VA regional office adjudicator was incorrect, they have the right to appeal these decisions at a bunch of different levels. This appeals process can sometimes involve court proceedings where the veteran would use or would benefit from legal counsel. So if we want to help those veterans, and we believe, or folks believe the process is imperfect and the veterans should be able to better make their case, then my amendment would fund the programs to help give them the legal help to do just that. So I will urge my colleagues to vote in favor of my amendment. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. The amendment risks the passage of H.R. 705. We have received no views from VSOs on this amendment. We have also received no views from the department on any of the unknown consequences of the amendment, and we have received no CBO score. Therefore, I will be voting no on this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Does any other member seek recognition on or comment on this amendment?
Chairman.
Ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Mr. DeLuzio for offering this thoughtful amendment. There are a great deal of deficiencies in this bill that seem to reflect the lack of sincere policy research and development in its authoring. None of those is more glaring than the bill failing to contemplate a world where it is law and VA actually seeks the required court order. Veterans would suddenly be left to defend themselves in court against the weight of VA and all its resources. VSOs aren't going to be able to fill this space as they may not have the legal professionals on staff to do so. And certainly, veterans could be forced to shell out large sums of money for an attorney to represent them who may or may not be reputable. But that solution isn't ideal either. I fully support and appreciate Representative DeLuzio's amendment, which builds on excellent legislation from Representative Eleanor Holmes Norton to provide grants to veterans' legal clinics at academic institutions so that they can represent these veterans pro bono. These clinics, like those at Harvard and Yale, do an amazing job of representing the interests of veterans. Any support we can give to them in supporting veterans is more than deserved. I support the amendment from Mr. DeLuzio, and I urge its adoption, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else seeking recognition? Mr. Van Orden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ranking Member Takano just did an outstanding job of summarizing the root of the problem. So veterans would not need to have this legal service provided if the full weight of the Veterans Administration was not being crushed or pressed on their chest by removing their constitutional rights to begin with. So I would encourage the ranking member and the other members of this committee to read again what you just said, because without these issues to begin with, we wouldn't need any of these amendments. So the Veterans Administration is arbitrarily removing veterans' constitutional rights, and then they're using the full weight of the bureaucracy of the federal government to continue crushing my fellow veterans' constitutional rights. And if we remove the ability of the Veterans Administration to do that in the first place, we would not have any of these issues. And I do respect Mr. DeLuzio tremendously. He is also a Navy veteran, so go Navy, beat Army. I appreciate that. But you did an excellent job, sir, of articulating the problem to begin with. And I think that if we looked at it from that angle, we wouldn't be having this conversation about any of these amendments. With that, I yield back.
Anyone else seek recognition? Anyone else have comments? Hearing none, the question now occurs on agreeing to the DeLuzio's amendment to HR 705. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. I now recognize Ranking Member Takano to offer an amendment to the bill. The clerk,
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute.
I ask unanimous consent to further reading of the amendment be dispensed with and without objection so ordered. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am pleased to offer this amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 705, which I feel represents a far more reasonable approach to this issue. As I said, I and the members on our side largely view VA's NICS reporting as a harm prevention measure, and more specifically as a suicide prevention tool. Suicide prevention is VA's #1 clinical priority, and I know lowering the rate of veteran suicide is a priority for everyone on this committee. So that leaves me even more concerned about the underlying bill, which undermines the utility of that tool, the net effect of which is to put more guns in more hands of vulnerable veterans and survivors. I do also recognize that there are concerns about the disability claim process, specifically disability benefits questionnaires, and their ability to make accurate determinations of the mental health status of a beneficiary. As such, the ANS, which I have offered today, seeks to bolster the diagnosis that underpin VA's determinations and maintain VA's ability to report beneficiaries to NICS in an expedited manner in order to prevent harm. Specifically, this amendment would require VA to seek a secondary mental health opinion to corroborate its initial diagnosis prior to reporting a beneficiary to the NICS database. We feel that this adds an additional layer of protection for the veteran, but maintains VA's ability to protect the beneficiary from potential harm as these determinations can be obtained much more quickly than a judicial order as contemplated by the chairman's bill. It could even come from VHA itself. Beyond just adopting what we think is a better approach to addressing the NICS reporting issue, my amendment also incorporates the excellent work of Representative Lauren Underwood by including what we know to be an extremely efficacious suicide prevention tool, lethal means safety training, which Dr. Miller Meeks inadvertently said she would do if it were not mandated, but opined on the efficacy of such counsel being given by a physician. The amendment would require VA regularly to update and approve its lethal means safety and suicide prevention training and expand the universe of those at VA who must complete the training. It is common sense and reasonable that practitioners and providers at VA be mandated to provide this lethal means safety and suicide prevention counseling. According to the most recent data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, more than half, or 55% of suicides are by firearm. Nearly 90% of suicide attempts involving firearms are fatal, compared to 5% of all other suicide attempts. And veterans are at highest risk of using firearms, with VA reporting 71% of veteran suicides are by firearm. So we must do all we can to stem this crisis. Research has demonstrated that lethal means safety training and safe storage initiatives are extremely effective in preventing self-harm. We know that the time frame between suicidal thought to action is often very short. Making the means to carry out a suicide attempt less readily available extends that time frame, allows for someone to intervene, and allows the veteran, in this case, to receive help. It only makes sense that we would mandate that those serving a population that we know is more vulnerable to suicidal ideation and death by suicide be more well-versed in suicide prevention. I encourage my colleagues to support this better path forward. We can absolutely balance the rights of veterans with the need to protect them from the risk of self-harm. And I'm confident this amendment strikes that balance. So thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. I oppose the gentleman's amendment. The ranking members is an attempt to replace the language of H.R. 705 in its entirety, even though the language was supported by Democrats and Republicans in both the House and the Senate. As I've stated before, starting on October 1st of this year, veterans' constitutional rights will be on the chopping block once again. We must permanently codify the protection of veterans' constitutional rights that was enacted in the Consolidated Appropriation Act of 2024. Furthermore, we have not received views from VSOs on this amendment. We have received no views from the department on any of the unknown consequences of the amendment, and importantly, we have received no CBO score. Therefore, I strongly oppose the ranking member's amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote no along with me. So let us do everything that we can to ensure that H.R. 705 permanently protects veterans' constitutional due process rights. Does any other member wish to comment on the amendment? Hearing none, the question now occurs on agreeing to the Takano Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 705. All those in favor say aye, and all those opposed no, no, and the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I call for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested, and pursuant to the committee rules, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments to this bill? Hearing none, we will now move to consider H.R. 5870. I now call up H.R. 5870, the Veterans Appeals Transparency Act of 2023 as amended. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 5870.
The text was circulated in advance and pursuant to the committee rules without objection. The first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is now open for amendment at any point. I now recognize Representative Self to offer an amendment to the nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5870.
I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the amendment in the nature of substitute is dispensed with, and I ask it to be considered base text for the purpose of this markup. Without objection, so ordered. Representative Self is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this markup on this very important bill, H.R. 5870, the Veterans Appeals Transparency Act. This bill represents a vital step toward making the appeals process for our veterans more transparent, fair, and streamlined. The board currently publishes the average time it takes for the board to issue decisions in each of its cases on each of its documents. These averages can be misleading, and these averages provide veterans with no accurate sense of where they are in line. Further, the board does not report to veterans, the public, or Congress exactly how far behind they are in working down their backlog of cases in each of their dockets. One of the key provisions of my bill is the requirement for the board to publish information about which appeals and which of the board's dockets board judges are actively working on during any given week. This is a crucial step toward transparency and ensuring that veterans have a sense of where they are in line. A clear and streamlined process is not only beneficial for our veterans, but also for the VA, which will be better equipped to handle appeals in a consistent and timely manner. Ultimately, my bill restores efficiency to the appeals process. I urge support and yield back.
I thank Representative Self for this amendment in the nature of substitute, and I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak in support of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This legislation would ensure that the VA Board of Veterans Appeals is transparent about how long veterans have to wait for a decision on their claims. This bill would require the board to publish the range of appeals it is working on in any given week. The board currently publishes average wait times on its website. But those averages do not actually reflect how long veterans are actually waiting for a board's decision. The board's website states that it takes an average of 314 days, less than a year, for a veteran to get a decision after they choose the board's direct review appeals line. But as of December 2023, veterans are waiting an average of 613 days, almost 2 years, in the direct review line. Some veterans have waited for over 4 years in the direct review line. The board is required by law to work on appeals in order. So it is concerning that some veterans are waiting years longer than others. This is why they need transparency from the board. Representative Self's bill would put a stop to the board's publication of misleading wait times on its website. Veterans deserve an accurate sense of where they are in line and complete transparency from the VA Board of Veterans Appeals. Representative Self's bill would ensure that transparency. Does any other member wish to comment on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5870? Ranking member.
Mr. Chairman, I support the Self amendment in the nature of a substitute and the underlying bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it as well.
Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 5870? Hearing none, the question now occurs on the agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5870. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. And the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is the nature of substitute is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. I now recognize Ranking Member Takano for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that H.R. 5870 as amended be reported favorably to the House.
The question is on favorably reporting H.R. the bill H.R. 5870 as amended to the full House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And the motion is agreed to, and H.R. 5870 as amended is reported favorably to the House. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to Rule 11, Clause 2, I give notice of intent to file minority supplemental, additional, or dissenting views on H.R. 5870 as amended.
So noted. I now call up H.R. 7816, Clear Communications for Veterans Claim Act as amended. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 7860.
The text was circulated in advance pursuant to committee rules, and without objection, the first reading is dispensed with. The bill is now open for amendments at any point. I recognize myself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk shall report the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a
I
substitute.
ask unanimous consent that further reading of the amendment in the nature of a substitute is dispensed with, and I ask that it be considered the base text for the purposes of the markup. Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute. H.R. 7816 would require VA to contract with a research entity to improve the notice letters VA sends to veterans and survivors who file claims by VA benefits. At a March 20th, 2024 oversight hearing, we learned that VA attempts to make its notices letters comprehensive have resulted in confusing and complex letters. Shocking. We heard from veterans and their advocates that the VA notice letters are difficult to understand, too long, filled with legal jargon, and contain information that is not relevant to the veterans or survivors' overall claim. These complex letters cause veterans and survivors confusion and undue stress, some becoming so overwhelmed that they abandon their claims process. This is unacceptable. We must ensure VA notice letters do not discourage veterans from assigning the benefits or getting the benefits that they've earned. This legislation would ensure that veterans and survivors receive understandable notice letters so that they can make informed decisions about their claim from the VA benefits. And I'm proud to co-lead this legislation with Representative Diarte, and I'm encouraged my colleagues to support it. Does any other member wish to comment on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7816? Ranking member?
Mr. Chairman, I support the BOST amendment in nature of substitute and the alarm bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it as well.
Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 7816? Hearing none, the question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 7816. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. I now recognize Ranking Member Takano for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that H.R. 7816 as amended be reported favorably to the House.
The question is on favorably reporting the bill H.R. 7816 as amended to the full House. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to, and H.R. 716, as amended, is reported favorably to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. I now call up H.R.
Just pursuant to Rule 11, Clause 2, I give notice of intent to file minority, supplemental, additional, or dissenting views on H.R. 7816 as amended.
So noted. I now call up H.R. 7150, the Survivor Benefit Delivery Improvement Act of 2024. The clerk shall report the bill.
H.R. 7150.
Text was circulated in advance pursuant to committee rules, and without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is now open for any amendment at any point. Does any member wish to offer an amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7150 at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7150.
The text was circulated in advance pursuant to committee rules, and without objection, first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is now open for, is dispensed with. I now recognize Ranking Member Takano. Here we go. I now ask, yeah, I got that. We already did that. Ranking Member Takano is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm delighted to see my legislation, the Survivor Benefits Delivery Improvement Act, continue to progress through the legislative process. This bill improves outreach and equitable access to benefits for survivors and veterans. It also seeks to give VA the ability to meet survivors where they are and ensure they're informed about the benefits they may be eligible for. Over the last several years, the committee has met to hear from the survivors community at the core of VA's sacred obligation. We have consistently heard about a lack of resources and awareness that undermines VA's mission to serve and support the surviving spouses and children of our nation's veterans who have made the ultimate sacrifice. We've found that VA's human resources are insufficient. For example, only two employees in the Office of Survivors Assistance, otherwise known as OSA, were responsible for serving over 450,000 survivors in 2022. And although we've made progress since then, today only 3 employees serve that large survivor community. In addition, we found that despite VA increasing their focus on survivors' issues, substantial improvement to benefit utilization has not been made. Last year, VA completed a long overdue motto change which adopted more inclusive language that directly acknowledges their duty to serve survivors. VA also made some structural organizational changes to try and improve VA's accessibility to survivors. Despite the progress that has been made, survivors often only learn of the benefits available to them at the time of their veteran's death. When families are navigating the life-changing financial and emotional challenges of losing their loved one, expecting the survivor to determine what benefits they are eligible for is unacceptable. VA also currently collects only minimal demographic information on survivors. In fact, they can't even query survivors' claims by cause of the veteran's death. Given VA's limited resources allocated to survivors, data collection is a critical component to understanding the populations they serve and how best to deliver the services and benefits they've earned through loss and sacrifice. As the survivor community grows larger with the success of the PACT Act, VA must work to identify gaps in benefit utilization rates and conduct targeted outreach to disadvantaged and underserved populations. That is why I introduced and continue to support the Survivor Benefits Delivery Improvement Act, which will hopefully give VA the information they need to reach and serve survivors prior to their time of need. Specifically, my bill requires VA to collect demographic data from survivors who receive dependency and indemnity compensation, or DIC, pensions under Chapter 15, and increase pensions for aid and attendance. This bill also mandates this data be used to produce an analysis of any benefit utilization gaps and create targeted outreach to underserved populations. Lastly, this bill creates a Survivor Solid Start program that mandates OSA proactively call survivors to discuss the benefits they have available to them and requires that OSA have no fewer than 5 full-time employees. Survivors deserve a VA that is aware of the challenges they face and is responsive to their needs both before and after the death of their veteran. They've been underserved for too long, and they deserve our attention and action. I've worked with VA, VSOs, and this committee's majority to ensure the issues this bill hopes to alleviate were heard. The solutions will reach survivors where they are, and that the action this bill mandates would be uninhibited by bureaucratic and political obstacles. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the ranking member for this amendment and the nature of a substitute in ensuring that our veterans, surviving families have full access to VA benefits their loved ones earned. It is a top priority of mine as well. During our January 30th, 2024 oversight hearing, the committee learned from survivors and their advocates that many survivors are unaware of the VA benefits available to them. We learned that, unfortunately, VA's outreach and education efforts for all survivors have fallen short. Ranking Member Takano's legislation would ensure that underserved survivors learn about the access that VA benefits their veterans' loved ones earned. No survivor should be left in the dark about the benefits that could help them put food on the table for their families. I encourage my colleagues to support the ranking member's bill. And does any other member wish to comment on the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 7150?
Mr. Chairman,
Ranking member.
I have an amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7150 at the desk.
If there are amendments to H.R. 7, and I recognize Representative Chairman Takano, or Ranking Member Takano. There we go. Now the clerk shall report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 71.
I ask unanimous consent that further reading of the amendment be dispensed with. Ranking Member Takano is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of my amendment to the Survivor Benefits Delivery Improvement Act. The amendment in the nature of a substitute that I've offered today makes a series of amendments to keep this bill moving. All but one was technical in nature and responsive to the concerns of VA and the majority. However, that one change that I do not consider technical is hugely problematic. For this bill to be considered today, the majority required that I eliminate the provision that requires VA to collect LGBTQIA plus status as a demographic data point. The majority was willing to block this bill, a bill they generally support, and that is intended to improve inclusivity and equity in VA benefits because the bill is simply too inclusive, and it includes a population that they refuse to acknowledge even exists. In the 116th Congress, this committee produced the Deborah Sampson Act to ensure that women veterans received the same standard of care as male veterans. The act eliminated barriers to the care and services that women veterans faced and ensured VA proactively addressed the needs of women veterans. Much like women veterans, the LGBTQIA plus veterans and survivors face substandard VA care. The challenges they must overcome and continue to live through are misunderstood and misrepresented. However, they also face bigotry and inaccurate portrayals of their experiences that erode trust in the very institutions that are meant to care for them. In 2022, 44% of the LGBTQIA plus people experienced psychological distress in the previous 30 days. 24% chose not to see a healthcare provider when they needed to because of a fear of a mistreatment. And of those that did, 48% having at least one negative experience related to their gender identity or sexual orientation. Now, this is very simple. Regardless of race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, or gender identity, everyone deserves safe and inclusive VA benefits and services. We owe it to our LGBTQI plus survivors to understand the challenges they face when accessing VA benefits and services. And that's why today I'm offering an amendment to this bill that includes my original measure, which requires VA to collect LGBTQI plus status as a demographic data point. I urge my colleagues in the majority to reconsider their position on this measure and to remember that all veterans, their families, and survivors deserve dignity, integrity, and respect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and I now recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. Ranking Member Takano, you are well aware that your amendment endangers the passage of your own bill. Your staff made an agreement with my staff that to ensure the passage of the bill, you would remove the sexual orientation data piece from the bill. But by offering the amendment, you've walked away from that agreement. Some would say that you're playing political games at the expense of veteran survivors. This amendment is a distraction from the problem that your good bill would fix. If passed, and frankly, not necessarily to accomplish the intent of this legislation, this bill is crucial to improving outreach and education for all veteran survivors, not one group or the other, and it builds on our bipartisan work to improve services for veterans survivors as a whole. I'm disappointed that the amendment could impede those efforts. Ensuring that survivors can access the benefits that their veteran loved ones earn is a top priority of mine, and under my leadership, it will continue to be. I will not allow DC politics to give in the way of important work we are doing for veteran survivors. Therefore, I am voting no on the ranking member's amendment, and I strongly encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to also vote no. Does any other member wish to comment on the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7150? Hearing none, questions now occur on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7150. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote being requested pursuant to committee rules, this vote will be postponed. Are there further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Hearing none, I call up H.R. 7734.
H.R. 7734.
Without,
To amend?
okay. Okay, let me, we're here, okay. All right. The clerk shall report the bill. You already did. Right. The text was circulated in advance and pursuant to committee rules. Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is now open for amendments at any point. I now recognize General Berkman to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall report the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a
I ask
substitute.
unanimous consent to further reading of the amendment in the nature of a substitute is dispensed with, and I ask it be considered base text for the purposes of this markup. Without objection, so ordered. General Berkman, you are recognized for 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment in the nature of a substitute would make corrections to the base bill, include necessary offsets, and include the text of the VA Political Performance Disclosure Act, which I originally introduced as H.R. 7713. This bill, which the Oversight Subcommittee advanced a few weeks ago, would require VA to submit to Congress the annual performance plans for VA political appointees that they are already required by Congress to complete. So we're not asking for anything new. Without being able to view these performance plans, we can't know how effective they are in improving performance, whether they are in need of reform, or how well VA is holding employees with poor performance or misconduct accountable. It takes a common sense step to improve our ability to conduct oversight over VA and ensure bad actors are being held accountable. It fits well as part of H.R. 7734 and as part of our committee's overall effort to improve accountability and oversight over VA leadership on behalf of our nation's veterans. I urge my colleagues to support the ANS and the underlying bill, and I yield back.
Thanks, General Berkman, for the amendment in the nature of a substitute, and it has my full support. Does any other member wish to comment on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7734?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was taught from my earliest days as a midshipman at the Naval Academy that accountability is paramount for my actions. If I screw up, I'm going to be held accountable. Over the course of my 26 years in the Navy, I was accountable for those also under my leadership. And later as a business owner, even though the nature of the work on a day-to-day basis was different, I was accountable for not only my actions, but those of my employees. No matter the operation, accountability is essential to mission success. Whether you're a naval aviator, a CEO, the Secretary of the VA, or even the President of the United States, accountability is paramount. My bill, the Personnel Integrity and Veterans Affairs Act, increases accountability and transparency at the VA. It requires the VA to notate any investigation and its findings in records of employees who resign, retire, or reassign. Historically, that's very rarely been the case, though. Between 2014 and 2016, House Veterans Affairs Committee reviewed more than 200 settlements between the VA and departing employees. In 96% of those settlements, the disciplinary action proposed or taken against the employee did not appear on the permanent record form of those employees. We cannot allow VA staff or any federal government employees to resign, retire, or be reassigned to avoid scrutiny and repercussions. Common sense says this is unacceptable. The American public sees case after case of wrongful behavior, yet the appearance is that no one is ever held accountable for their actions. Just sweep it under the rug and quietly allow the person to go about their business or be transferred to become someone else's problem. Our veterans and all Americans certainly deserve better than that. I'd like to thank General Bergman for his work to increase oversight and over presidential appointees at the VA, and both of our initiatives will lead to better outcomes for veterans. I urge my colleagues to support my bill with General Bergman's additions to increase accountability and transparency at the VA. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank Representative Franklin and General Bergman for their work on their respective bills, as well as their collaboration on this amendment in the nature of a substitute. The measure included here are a significant step forward building accountability at VA. I urge my colleagues to favorably report this bill as amended out of this committee. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 7734?
Mr. Chairman.
Ranking Member Takano.
I have an amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7734 at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7734.
I ask unanimous consent that further reading of the amendment is dispensed with and without objection so ordered. Ranking Member Takano, you are recognized for 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent for 2 letters from the Senior Executives Association and the American Federation of Government Employees in opposition to the ANS to H.R. 7734 to be entered into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I cannot support this amendment in the nature of a substitute as drafted. I offer this amendment to make necessary changes to the underlying text. While I appreciate the majority taking into consideration the due process concerns Ranking Member Mervan and VA raised at the subcommittee legislative hearing on this bill with the edits made for this markup, I believe significant issues remain with the text of the ANS. First, I do not believe that the committee has a legitimate purpose for requiring VA to report its performance plans for political appointees. I'm not sure how micromanaging the performance plans of political appointees adds value to our ability to perform oversight. Instead, our committee should seek to understand how the Secretary is using performance plans to hold its appointees accountable for serving veterans. I also have concerns with the language that requires VA to notate a Title 38 employee's personnel file when that employee resigns or retires amid an investigation that results in an adverse finding. First, there are already mandatory and more comprehensive requirements for personnel file notations in law in Title V, which apply to all VA employees in the competitive and accepted service. I want to be extremely clear about what I just said. VA has been required for nearly 10 years to make notations in employee personnel files when they are found to have engaged in misconduct. This is already law. Unfortunately, this ANS goes further and adds new requirements to VA that are absent for other federal employees. Since the subcommittee legislative hearing, the language has been updated to require VA to start or continue investigations into alleged employee misconduct after an employee retires or resigns. Now, this is a significant change to the legislation for which we do not have VA views. We also have concerns about how these investigations and the potential resulting notations would work practically. When an employee moves to another federal agency or leaves the federal service, VA has no longer access to their official personnel file, so I'm unsure how VA would fulfill its requirements in this bill. Requiring VA to conduct and complete investigations after an employee's departure raises concerns about investigative impediments that are not addressed in the bill, and this requirement will be costly, burdensome, and likely unreliable. Finally, my amendment strikes the investigations covered under this bill performed by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, or EEOC. Now, why am I concerned with this? Because EEOC does not conduct investigations in the federal sector. There is no personnel file involved that would be available to notate. I believe there are opportunities for our committee to work together in a bipartisan manner to ensure accountability at VA, but I do not believe that this ANS is a thoughtful step in the right directions. If we have concerns with the Office of Personnel Management's process, or OPM's process, for implementing the Title V requirements for personnel file notations at VA, we should perform oversight on that process. I hope my colleagues will instead support pieces of legislation that actually take proactive steps to root out and prevent misconduct at VA, like Representative Pappas's bill, HR 6531, the Train VA Employee Act. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on my amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. And I also want to acknowledge the repeated comments that you've made in regard to the amendments that you offered to HR 705. You stated that for each of those amendments that you could not support the amendments in part because their language did not have VSO views or comments. I want to make clear that VSOs have not provided comments or views on another concerning bill on this agenda, the amendment in the nature of substitute to HR 7734. The bills underlying this ANS were considered at a recent Oversight and Investigations legislative hearing where no VSOs were invited to testify. To my staff's knowledge, these underlying bills have not been commented on by any of the VSOs and lack any support. In fact, all of these bills face is opposition. We received letters from the Senior Executive Association and the American Federation of Government Employees in opposition to this ANS and expressing serious concerns with its ramifications. We unfortunately do not know where the VSOs stand on this bill, and I hope that is as concerning to you as it is to me. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The amendment would remove the requirement that VA complete investigations of employees who leave the department. The amendment would also remove the requirement that VA share political appointees' performance plans with Congress. And I oppose the amendment because it would mean employees can escape accountability by leaving the department. I oppose the amendment because it would hinder Congress from holding VA and its leaders accountable. That's unacceptable. It's our job. Does any other member wish to comment on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7734 as amended? General Berkman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment to my ANS since it would gut many of the most important provisions included in the bill. I won't repeat the speech I just gave in favor of the ANS, but I will say this, and it echoes kind of what Mr. Franklin said. It is the responsibility of this committee to ensure bad actors at VA are being held accountable, period. That requires active committee oversight and legislative corrections when we identify weaknesses or failures in the statute. This amendment to the ANS would go against both of these efforts, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member speak? Representative Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I concur with General Bergman. I oppose the ranking member's amendment. It effectively would gut what we're trying to accomplish here. I think it would give the secretary far too much discretion to simply kill an investigation, allow someone to move on, and there's no accountability. The ranking member mentioned that he felt that it would add no value to the oversight that we do as a committee, and I thoroughly disagree. Really, the impetus of this really comes from an investigation that we were launching as a committee. As you all will recall, we had a whistleblower that came forward who had made repeated efforts to use the proper chain of command to report her the violations against her. They went unanswered, stonewalled. Only when she became a whistleblower and came to the committee did we look into it. The VA, up to and including the secretary, completely blew us off for months until finally the chairman talks about issuing subpoenas. Only at that time, the very first time, did the secretary come forward and start complying with us, but only after all the people allegedly involved in this had been allowed to resign, retire, or transfer. And so it's dead. And you know, so I thought, this is absurd. Let's go back and look at how this has been happening. And in 96% of the cases where there were settlements, this is what happens. People who are alleged to have done wrong are allowed to go other places and escape judgment. Yeah, I understand this would be something just within VA and not with other departments, and in that sense to be treating VA maybe to a tougher standard. I think it ought to be across the board in all the departments. You know, I was watching 60 Minutes this past Sunday night, and they were talking about the Red Hill spill, The reporter that was pressing the Undersecretary of the Navy on this was continuing to ask, like, well, where's the accountability? Where are the people who are involved in this? You know there's been wrongdoing here. What's the accountability? And she sheepishly, after repeated efforts, said, well, they've all retired or been reassigned. And I've seen it over and over in the military and in every government agency I deal with. The most junior people in the organization are always held accountable. But the more senior you go up the chain of command, the less accountability that there is. No one senior ever gets fired for malfeasance. And we can't allow this to happen, and I just urge the rejection of this amendment by Mr. Takano and ultimate passage of my bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Does any other member seek recognition? Representative Van Orten?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to state the difference between micromanaging and managing is predicated on performance. The Veterans Administration has been required for over a decade now to report these things, and they have not. They have chosen not to. And to ask the SCS service if they would like to have supervision, I mean, did you really expect a different letter to come back? To hold the SCS folks accountable, do you think they're going to go, yeah, I think that's an outstanding idea. I think that you should make sure that I'm hamstrung from getting a different position after I've sexually harassed my subordinates. Did anybody think they're going to come back and say, yeah, that's a great idea? No. I go to the VA, I get all my health care at the VA, and it's awesome. I go to Toma, I go to La Crosse, get my glasses there, and if those people screw something up in that office in La Crosse, they're held accountable right now. And then the farther you go up the chain of command, they just get a drift off. And the vile things that those folks are doing in the Office of Equity and Inclusion of all places, sexually harassing their subordinates, and they got off. They just walked away. And this would have prevented that. So, Mr. Takano, I strongly disagree with your amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote against it.
Any other people seeking recognition? Hearing none, the question now occurs on the agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute on HR 7734 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. I now call up. Okay. There we go. All right. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of substitute? Hearing none, I now call up 6452, HR 6. Okay, tell me where I'm at. All right. Hearing none, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of substitute to HR 7734. All those in favor say aye. Aye. And all those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the amendment to the nature of a substitute is agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. I now recognize General Berkman for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee favorably forward HR 7734 to the House.
The question is favorably reporting the bill HR 7734 as amended to the full House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to, and the motion is agreed to, and the HR 7734 as amended is reported favorably to the House. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2, I give notice of intent to file minority, supplemental, additional, and dissenting views on HR 7734 as amended.
So noted. I now call up HR 6452, the Veteran Scam and Fraud Evasion Act as amended. The clerk shall report the bill.
HR 64.
Text was circulated in advance and pursuant to committee rules. Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is now open for amendments at any point. I recognize myself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk shall report the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment
I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the amendment in the nature of substitute is dispensed with. I ask it be considered base text for the purpose of this markup. Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute. The Federal Trade Commission receives over 150,000 reports of fraud or scam attempts from the veteran and military retiree community in 2022. Veterans are targeted by fraudsters at a disproportionate rate, and unfortunately, this problem is not going away anytime soon. The Federal Trade Commission, FBI, and a number of other organizations external to the VA are working to monitor, report, and prevent scammers and fraudsters. There are also a number of organizations within VA that are working to combat fraud and scam attempts and provide veterans with resources on how to identify and report them. That was why last year VA began the process of establishing an office to coordinate the work being done by external agencies with the work being done internally at the VA. Now, I'm concerned, however, that the current effort is only adding a level of bureaucracy to an already confused effort. HR 6452 would codify a veteran scam and fraud evasion officer who would lead the office to ensure that this important work to protect veterans from fraud and scam attempts continues beyond this Congress and this administration. The officer would also be empowered to consolidate VA's scam and fraud prevention efforts. This legislation would improve VA's services to veterans while simultaneously making it operations more efficient to save the taxpayer money. I want to thank DAV for the support of this legislation. I want to thank the conference chair, Stefanik, for her dedication to this important issue. My staff and I worked with her office to draft this amendment to add an offset for this bill. Does any other member wish to comment on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6452 as amended?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute desk.
Yep. The ranking member has an amendment at the desk with the report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6452. Offered by...
That the clerk, I ask unanimous consent that further reading of the amendment is dispensed with without objection, so ordered. Ranking member Takano is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This committee's oversight of fraud and scams against veterans and their families is work I'm proud to have championed alongside Chairman Bost in this Congress and as chairman during the 117th. At the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee hearing in April 2023, the Federal Trade Commission testified that it had received over 195,000 complaints from military consumers and 150,000 of these reports stemming from veterans and military retirees. These complaints reported over $414 million in fraud and more than a 50% increase from the previous year. Reported fraudulent schemes include identity theft, abusive debt collection, investment schemes, credit card scams, auto-related problems, and others. Interest in this work was specifically highlighted during the joint House and Senate Veterans Affairs Committee's Spring Veterans Service Organization hearings this March. VA has strengthened its leadership and education on these scams, and this bill seeks to codify these efforts. Now, my amendment reinforces VA's ability to combat fraud and scam evasion in the veteran community by devoting the necessary resources to these efforts. By placing a cap on the number of full-time employees that VA can hire in this office, the ANS would make VSafe less adaptable to the challenges that veterans and their families may face in the future. Now, my amendment would fix this. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. There we go. The gentleman yields back. Helping veterans does not mean that we need to keep adding layers of VA bureaucracy. The language proposed by the conference chair, Stefanik, puts a common sense lid on adding new full-time employees when establishing the VSafe office. I oppose the amendment because Congress has given VA abundant resources to carry out its DC-based operations. We cannot heedlessly add more and more employees to VA's central office if we are serious about getting spending under control. This bill would codify an important office that will do a lot of good for the veterans. But rather than dumping more money into the ever-growing VA budget, this committee should be encouraging VA to economize, especially in administrative functions like this one. Does any other member wish to comment on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6452 as amended? Hearing none, the question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6452 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment in the nature of substitute is not agreed to. Record. Okay. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6452 as amended? Hearing none, the question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6452 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of substitute is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. I now recognize General Berkman for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee favorably forward H.R. 6452 to the House.
The question is favorably reporting the bill on H.R. 6452 as amended to the full House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to, and H.R. 6452 as amended is reported favorably to the House. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. I now call up H.R. 6874, the VA Web Act. The clerk shall report the bill.
H.R.
The text was circulated in advance and pursuant to committee rules. Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is now open for amendments at any point. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? I recognize Congresswoman McCormick to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at H.R. 6874 at the desk.
The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute.
I ask unanimous consent. Further reading of the amendment in the nature of substitute is dispensed with. I ask that it be considered base text for the purposes of the markup. And without objection, so ordered. The Congresswoman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Over the last year, this committee has held several hearings on the issues with VA.gov, the main portal veterans use to access their care and benefits from VA. Through this oversight, the committee learned of several outages and issues for VA.gov, which has impaired tens of thousands of veterans and their families from timely access to a variety of benefits. Such benefits include applications for burial benefits and veterans pension, requests for private medical records, online personalized career planning and guidance, and evidence upload portals for supplemental surviving spouses and dependent claims. Since these significant outages, VA has taken steps to increase its monitoring and assessment of future outages on VA.gov and other covered websites. We are grateful that the VA is taking these outages seriously and working with the committee to rectify previous gaps in reporting requirements. H.R. 6874, the VA Web Act, seeks to codify this work that the VA is taking on and adequately resource it with funding through PACT Act authorities. My ANS reflects changes that will better support this committee's ability to conduct oversight of VA.gov outages by strengthening the reporting requirements and mechanisms. This ANS requires that the VA report outages lasting for a period longer than 24 hours to Congress within 30 days. Ensuring the accessibility and effectiveness of VA's main website, va.gov, is one of the primary charges of the Technology Modernization Subcommittee. I'm glad to work together with Chairman Rosendale and other staffers to advance this important piece of legislation, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this ANS. Thank you. I yield back.
I thank Congresswoman Sheffield McCormick for her amendment in the nature of a substitute, and it has my support. Does any other member wish to comment on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6874? Representative Rosendale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for holding this markup, and to Congressman Sherfless McCormick for your comments momentarily. I want to speak briefly about my bill, HR 6874, the Watching Over Electronic Benefits Act. As the chairman of the Technology Modernization Subcommittee, Ranking Member Sherfless McCormick and I have worked in a bipartisan fashion to ensure vigorous oversight of the VA's enterprise technology modernization programs and projects. In the past couple of years, there have been several problems at the VA.gov have impacted more than 120,000 veterans, and the VA has been slow to disclose them to Congress. Some of the errors are still not resolved and have negatively impacted veterans and their families. My bill, HR 6874, the Watching Over Electronic Benefits Act, would address these problems by requiring the VA to implement a process to actively monitor the VA.gov website for any adverse events that would impact the facilitation, maintenance, or receipt of VA benefits. The legislation would ensure that the errors are identified and improve Congress's ability to conduct proper oversight. Additionally, my legislation would require a testing strategy by the VA to reduce the number of adverse events that happen by improving testing for each modification or software update to anything that might impact the facilitation, maintenance, or receipt of benefits. This would get to the crux of the issue by preventing problems before they occur and harm the veterans. The United States Congress just spent billions of dollars on foreign conflicts overseas, yet we don't have a fully functional VA.gov website. As Congress, we must do better. I urge support for my bill, and I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Rosendale. Does any other member wish to comment on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6874? Ranking Member?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad that H.R. 6874, the VA Web Act, is being considered at today's markup. This bill seeks to codify important work that VA initiated following challenges over the last year with VA.gov. VA has committed to conducting top-to-bottom reviews of its electronic portals on the VA.gov website. Such reviews have identified submission errors in low-volume online forms, like those for burial and veterans' pension benefits, as well as requests for medical records and evidence upload forms. Representative Sherfless McCormick's ANS will better support VA's ability to carry out this work and will ensure that the committee is hearing from VA when these important outages occur. I encourage my colleagues to support Representative Sherfless McCormick's ANS. I thank you, and I yield back.
Does any other member wish to comment on the amendment? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 6874? Hearing none, the question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of substitute for H.R. 6874. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of substitute is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. I now recognize Ranking Member Takano for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that H.R. 6874, as amended, be reported favorably to the House.
The question is on the favorably reporting the H.R. 6874 as amended to the full House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to, and H.R. 6874, as amended, is reported favorably to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2, I give notice of intent to file minority, supplemental, additional, or dissenting views on H.R. 6874 as amended.
So noted. I now call up H.R. 7342, the Veterans Assembly Advisory Committee Act. The clerk shall report the bill.
H.R. 73.
The text was circulated in advance pursuant to committee rules, and without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is now open for amendments at any point. I recognize myself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. Clerk shall report the amendment in the nature of a substitute. I ask unanimous consent that further reading of the amendment in the nature of a substitute is dispensed with, and I ask that it be considered as a base text for the purpose of this markup. Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This legislation would direct VA to establish an advisory committee that would give disabled veterans an important platform to advocate for their rights and unique needs at VA. Current law requires equal access to benefits, services, information, and facilities for disabled veterans. Yet veterans with disabilities still run into obstacles at the VA. The bill would also require VA to abolish an inactive advisory committee, ensuring VA's resources are being focused where they are needed. The amendment in the nature of a substitute would ensure that the small preliminary score for this legislation has an offset. I want to thank the Paralyzed Veterans of America for their support and feedback. I also want to thank Representative Valadao for his work on this bill and his commitment to our nation's heroes. Does any other member wish to comment on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7342? Ranking member?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I support H.R. 7342, the Veterans Accessibility Advisory Committee Act, which establishes an advisory committee that brings disabled veterans' voices into the fold and provides a spot at the table with top decision makers at VA. Access is an issue I've sought to champion during my time in Congress, and particularly during my time with the Veterans Affairs Committee. Disabled veterans still face many barriers in accessing the care and services they have rightfully earned. Those barriers deserve the time and attention of a VA advisory committee so that experts can come together and improve how veterans with disabilities access their care and benefits. Advocates such as the Blinded Veterans Association, Paralyzed Veterans of America, and Disabled American Veterans have been tireless voices in our communities, raising awareness of these issues. Establishing a Veterans Accessibility Advisory Committee will provide a direct line for those voices to be heard and for change to be made at VA so that all veterans can access their care and benefits with ease. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the ANS and the underlying bill, and I yield back.
Are there any other members who wish to comment? Seeing none. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7342? Hearing none, the question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of substitute for H.R. 7342. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And the amendment in the nature of substitute is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid up on the table. I now recognize Ranking Member Takano for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that H.R. 7342 as amended be favorably reported to the House.
The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 7342 as amended to the full House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. And all those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to, and H.R. 7342 as amended is reported favorably to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to Rule 11, Clause 2, I give notice of intent to file minority supplemental additional or dissenting views on H.R. 7342 as amended.
So noted. I now call up H.R. 6538, the VA Correct Compensation Act. The clerk shall report the bill.
H.R.
The bill was circulated in advance and pursuant to the committee rules. Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is open for amendment at any point. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak in favor of the legislation. The Title 38 includes specific limits on what certain VA medical professionals can collectively bargain over because certain things like the overall health of our nation veterans should never be bargained over. Currently, most VA medical professionals are not able to bargain over issues related to direct patient care, clinical competences, and compensation. I support these limitations and have no intention of changing them. We should never tolerate veterans' health care being disrupted by labor disputes. However, it is clear to me that VA has adopted an overall broad interpretation of the term compensation that goes beyond the common sense legislation that exists in current law. The current law, as written, is intended to prohibit collective bargaining on compensation issues regarding rate of pay, meaning that certain Title 38 medical professionals are prohibited from filing a grievance to get a higher salary. However, we've seen VA has frequently interpreted compensation to mean any issue related to pay. The result is that VA has not allowed Title 38 medical professionals to file a grievance when they receive an incorrect bonus amount, inaccurate overpayment pay, or experience other issues related to being paid incorrectly according to the law, rule, or regulation. HR 6538 would clarify the existing language in Title 38 to ensure that limits on collective bargaining compensation only apply to rate of pay and not to legitimate pay issues. By doing so, we would ensure the VA medical professionals are able to work with their union representatives to get paid what they have earned according to the law. We all want talented, hardworking people to continue seeking employment at the VA, and we want to take care of those already working there. Now, I believe that this is precisely the intention, and clarification will support retention and recruitment by ensuring VA employees are treated fairly by the department. I want to thank the AFGE, Ranking Member Takano, and his staff for working with me on this legislation, and I encourage all members to support reporting it favorably out of committee. I now recognize Ranking Member Takano for 5 minutes in support of the legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under current law, the Department of Veterans Affairs has the authority to deny collective bargaining and grievance rights to Title 38 employees, a right that is available to all other VA and federal employees. Employees that are denied such rights include those who work on the front lines to deliver the best care to our nation's veterans every day, such as physicians, dentists, podiatrists, chiropractors, optometrists, registered nurses, and physician assistants. Unfortunately, VA often fails to accurately calculate if these employees worked overtime, the night shift, the weekend shift, or on a holiday. When these employees go above and beyond to support VA and care for our veterans, they should have confidence that they will be correctly paid. Our bill, the VA Correct Compensation Act, has the support of all my Democratic colleagues, Democratic committee colleagues, and some of our Republican counterparts. I invite all members of our committee to co-sponsor this important piece of legislation and to help us secure these crucial rights for frontline employees. I really want to thank the chairman for working with me on this issue, and I think this bill is a prime example of what we can accomplish through true bipartisanship. This bill is important for many reasons. First, it brings collective bargaining equity to Title 38 employees so they cannot be barred from using the grievance process to receive the pay they earned. Those charged with providing the best care to veterans and their families should never have to worry that they may have to jump through unnecessary hoops to get paid the compensation that they are owed. Second, this bill is also a recruitment and retention tool to support the VA healthcare workforce. By providing Title 38 employees a pathway to collectively bargain over errors in their paycheck, we are better able to support these frontline employees and keep them employed at VA. Third, we've heard from a number of employees, from numerous employees that face these issues, some of which have taken over a year to rectify. It's time we guarantee these employees will have access to effective and efficient tools to resolve issues when they need them. I appreciate our union partners such as AFGE and the Senior Executive Association, SEIU, NEFI, AANA, and AFSCME for their support and assistance with this piece of legislation. The VA Correct Compensation Act is an important step towards equity and bargaining rights for many VA providers. I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation and advance this bill to the House floor. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does any other member seek recognition? Representative Rosenbaum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I want to speak in opposition to the VA Correct Compensation Act. Under current law, the Secretary of Veterans Affairs has broad authority to regulate the hours and conditions of employment for physicians, dentists, podiatrists, optometrists, chiropractors, registered nurses, physician's assistants, and dental assistants employed by the Veterans Health Administration. Those employees are prohibited from collectively bargaining over matters about professional conduct or competence, peer review, and compensation. Last Congress, I and nearly all my Republican colleagues voted against legislation that would have removed all this authority from the Secretary of the VA. If that legislation became law, it would be more difficult to ensure veterans are receiving the health care, benefits, and services that they've earned. It would have prioritized union interests over our veterans. I know that my Democratic colleagues will not be satisfied with just this legislation and will try to pass a more expansive bill next time they have the majority. This is simply the camel's nose under the tent. This legislation in question today would allow VA medical professionals to collectively bargain and grieve compensation issues where the VA doesn't follow the law, rule, regulation, or binding agreement. I agree with my colleagues that the VA employees who work overtime should receive proper compensation. However, I've tried to get hard evidence of employees not receiving overtime and this bill being necessary, and no one has been able to provide me any relevant data. We heard about two written examples, one from 2000 and another one from 2008. There's been lots of anecdotal examples, but zero hard evidence, except for those two examples from 2000 and 2008. It is a mistake to pass a bill that attempts to solve a problem that does not exist. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. No amendments were filed. Does any member wish to offer an amendment to H.R. 6538? Hearing none, I recognize Ranking Member Takano for a motion.
I move, Mr. Chairman, the committee favorably report H.R. 6538 to the House.
The question is on favorably reporting Bill H.R. 6538. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The motion is agreed to, and H.R. 6538 is reported favorably to the House. I now call up H.R. 6538.
Mr. Chairman, before we do, according to House Rule 11, Clause 2, I give notice of intent to file minority supplemental additional or dissenting views on H.R. 6538 as amended.
So noted. I now call up H.R. 6531, the Train VA Employees Act. The clerk shall report the bill.
H.R.
The text was circulated in advance and pursuant to committee rules without objection. The first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is now open for amendments at any point. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? I now recognize Ranking Member Takano to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. You have an amendment at the desk.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall report the amendment in the nature of a substitute. I ask unanimous consent that further reading of the amendment in the future nature of the substitute be dispensed with. I ask that it be considered base text for the purpose of this markup. Without objection, so ordered. Ranking Member Takano is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 6531, the Train VA Employees Act, was led by my good friend, Ranking Member Pappas, and it takes significant and necessary steps toward improving and standardizing management training across the VA enterprise. This is one of the core deficiencies my staff identified through the committee's sexual harassment investigation. This bill is the only bill on today's agenda that really does address and takes proactive steps to prevent sexual harassment at VA. We appreciate our union, VSO, and agency partners for working with us to improve this bill, and I'm happy to see the efforts of this collaboration reflected in my ANS. I urge my committee colleagues and counterparts to vote yes on this important piece of legislation, one that will improve the culture and quality of care that VA employees provide day in and day out for our nation's veterans.
I thank the ranking member for the amendment in the nature of a substitute, and I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to comment on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Ensuring the VA supervisors and senior executives are properly trained on accountability and disciplinary measures is critical to making VA a better place for employees and veterans. This committee investigations, this Congress have made clear that the VA supervisors are often ignorant of discipline-related laws and policies. Better knowledge of the disciplinary process will allow supervisors to hold employees accountable for poor performance and misconduct. However, we know that VA will not be able to rely solely on training to fix their accountability problems. That is why it is so important that the House pass my bill, the Restore VA Accountability Act, which was reported favorably out of this committee last year. This legislation would restore some of the crucial disciplinary authorities that Congress created for VA in 2017 that have been chipped away and rendered unusable by administrative courts. These authorities and appropriate knowledge and training for employees would be a big step forward in improving accountability at VA. This would make it a better place for employees and veterans. I appreciate Ranking Member Takano's attempt, which would ensure that this training is conducted in the most cost-effective way possible. And I encourage my colleagues to support the report favorably out of committee. Does any other member wish to comment on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 6531? Seeing none. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for HR 6531? I now recognize Representative Pappas for his amendment in the nature of a substitute for HR 6452.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the ANS at the desk.
The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the
I
amendment.
ask unanimous consent that further reading of the amendment be dispensed with and without objection so ordered. Does any member wish to comment on the amendment in the nature of substitute to HR 6531? Representative Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your comments in support of the underlying bill and Mr. Takano's ANS, and appreciate the collaboration with Mr. Van Orden as well in introducing this bill. This came out of a recent markup, and he approached me after it and said, I'd like to work with you after we offered an amendment that wasn't agreed to by the committee. So I'm glad to see this come forward today. And I think we all recognize the need to make sure that there are better processes in place with respect to training management at VA. Certainly, we all applaud the incredible work done by VA's workforce that they carry out each and every day on behalf of our nation's veterans. And it's important that the department's employees, especially senior management officials, are carrying out their duties as best as possible. This includes clear communication of expectations with employees, best practices for managing employees, and ensuring management is aware of the tools available to them and their role in performance management processes. So that's why this bill is important. It would require VA management to take training every 2 years, which will focus on such topics as developing performance goals and objectives with employees, effectively managing employees with unacceptable performance, and training to understand disciplinary options and procedures that are available to supervisors. So the ANS offered by Ranking Member Takano incorporates feedback from VA. I thank him for his work there. And the amendment that I've offered to the ANS simply adjusts the offset required for the bill, and I urge support. I yield back.
Is there any other one that wants to comment on the bill? Hearing none. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute on HR 6531. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of substitute is agreed to. The amendment to the nature of, hold on, let me say that right. The amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6531? Mr. Sell.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6531, offered by Mr. Self of Texas.
The question.
Supervisors,
I ask unanimous consent that further. It's not. I ask unanimous consent that further reading of the amendment is dispensed with without objection. So ordered. And Mr. Self, you are recognized for 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While serving on this committee, we have passed some great pieces of legislation to serve our veterans in a variety of different ways. I believe my amendment here today has the potential to strengthen the underlying bill by bringing more accountability to the VA, along with enforcing a rigorous training regimen that would ensure a healthy VA workforce. However, the problem lies in how our nation's taxpayers are expected to pay for the bill. One of the biggest challenges we face is that any bill that we pass out of this committee contains mandatory spending. We are forced to use an extension of the VA home loan fee as an offset. But if you look closely, it is not actually an offset. While what we are doing is sticking the cost to a future veteran who is trying to buy a home 10 years in the future. This is typical of this body to justify more spending. Unfortunately, my amendment itself would carry a score of approximately $2 million. That is $2 million that would be carried on the backs of the men and women who served in the nation's cloth. For this reason, I withdraw my amendment. However, I ask that we work together, Mr. Chairman, to find a solution to our offset issue so that we can approve meaningful legislation out of this committee without hurting our veterans through this so-called offset. And I yield back.
Gentleman from, someone want to speak on this amendment? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr.
Rosendale.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to talk about the entire bill. I want to speak in opposition to the Trained VA Employees Act. The committee has done important, partially bipartisan work investigating the Office of Resolution Management, Diversity, and Inclusion. The investigation has made it clear that many VA employees in management positions lack the necessary skills, temperament, and judgment to be in leadership. Congressman Pappas's legislation would help develop mandatory training programs for current and future supervisors. I want to be clear, I am not against ensuring employees are properly trained. I think it was Henry Ford that said there's only one thing worse than a bad employee that stays with you, and that's a good one that goes away, or vice versa. I do not believe, however, that training alone can solve our problems. It needs to be easier to hold bad employees accountable. And all my Democrat colleagues voted against Chairman Boss to restore the VA Accountability Act. Everybody on the other side. I also have concerns about the nearly $30 million the legislation costs and extending the higher home loan fees as a pay-for, as my good friend Representative Self just referenced. The median home price in Montana is $609,900. It can take years to even save up 20% down payment for most of my constituents to pay for their first home. The VA Home Loan Program helps veterans, service members, and eligible spouses become homeowners. There is no down payment required. Veterans receive competitive interest rates, and there is no need for private mortgage insurance. I cannot support legislation that would make it more expensive for veterans in Montana to buy a home so we can have a training program for employees, yet we refuse to hold bad employees accountable. Unfortunately, my friend Congressman Self withdrew his amendment to attach employee accountability language to this bill. If his amendment had been adopted, I would have voted for the bill. But that being gone, I just cannot support it. Without this essential amendment, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the underlying bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. I'm going to get back in a proper order here because we need to, those comments need to be moved later on into the process. The gentleman, Mr. Self, withdraws his amendment. I'd like to thank Representative Self for highlighting the need to restore the VA Accountability Act. I'd also like to thank him for withdrawing his amendment. And are there further amendments to the amendment in the nature of substitute? Hearing none, the question. Now, any other comments on the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm the chairman of the subcommittee that's responsible for the Veterans Home Loan Program, and I would not be voting for this if I thought that this would endanger the Veterans Home Loan. It's incredibly important. Mr. Pappas, I want to thank you for your professionalism working this through the committee. The issue that you're going to have with the Veterans Home Loan Program is the VA wants to do this thing called VASP, where they want to take on billions of dollars worth of veterans' home loans and administer them through the VA. That will destroy the program. This will not. So, Mr. Self, I appreciate your amendment, and I also appreciate you withdrawing it. And Mr. Rosendale, again, if I thought that this would in any way, shape, or form interfere with our veterans' ability to purchase a home, I would not be voting for it. I do not think it will, so therefore I will be supporting it.
Representative Self.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This committee needs to realize that this is not an offset. This is extra spending on top of the blowout omnibuses that we just had. So we are authorizing more spending.
Okay, anybody else? The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 6531. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of substitute is agreed to. I now recognize ranking member. You want to tell me where I'm at? That's where I was going. Okay. I now recognize ranking member Takano for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that H.R. 6531 as amended be reported favorably to the House.
The question is on favorably reporting H.R. 6531 as amended to the full House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to, and H.R. 6531 as amended is reported favorably to the House.
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2, I give notice of intent to file minority, supplemental, additional, or dissenting views on H.R. 6531 as amended.
So noted. I now call up H.R. 4424, the Vietnam Veterans Liver Fluke Cancer Study Act. The clerk shall report the bill.
H.R. 4424.
Text was circulated in advance and pursuant to committee rules without objection. The first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is now open for amendment at any point. I recognize myself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk shall report the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment.
I ask unanimous consent for further reading of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to be dispensed with, and I ask that it consider base text for the purpose of this markup. Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This bill demonstrates a focused effort to address specific health risk Vietnam War veterans face. Specifically, this bill would require a direct study on a rare liver cancer that could be linked to veteran service in Vietnam. This bill is an important step to continue our efforts to research the long-term impacts of military service on veterans' health. Vietnam veterans went through different hardships than many other veterans. Unfortunately, our nation back then did not fully appreciate their service like they do today. It is only right that we do the research necessary to ensure no avenue is left unexplored in the delivery of health care to them. Finally, this amendment in the nature of a substitute is offset by extending the current VA home loan funding fees in 2031. This is a bipartisan offset that we've used in the past and is supported by veteran service organizations. Representative Lalota is himself a Navy veteran, having attended the Naval Academy and then having served 8 years in the Navy with 3 deployments. I want to thank him for his service and his leadership on this issue. I encourage my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back. Does any other member wish to comment on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4424?
Mr. Chairman.
Ranking member.
Mr. Chairman, liver fluke is a serious parasitic infection and is a well-recognized risk factor for the development of bile duct cancer. H.R. 4424, the Vietnam Veterans Liver Fluke Cancer Study Act, would require VA, in consultation with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, to commence a epidemiological study on the prevalence of bile duct cancer in veterans who served in the Vietnam War versus their non-veteran U.S. resident counterparts. VA would be required to submit a report with the results of the study broken out by age, gender, race, ethnicity, and geographic location. I certainly understand why Vietnam War veterans would be concerned about their exposure to this disease and believe we should do everything possible to ensure veterans have access to care and treatment for diseases they may have been exposed to as a part of their service. While I do have concerns that this effort is duplicative given VA's previous and ongoing research on this disorder, I welcome additional research and will support the bill today. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any other comments? Anyone wish to speak on the bill? Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of substitute for H.R. 4424? The question now, hearing none, the question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4424. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The impediment chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. I now recognize Ranking Member Takano for a motion.
Chairman, I move that H.R. 4424 as amended be reported favorably to the House.
The question is on favorably reporting the bill H.R. 4424 as amended to the full House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. And the independent chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to, and H.R. 4424 as amended is reported favorably to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2, I give notice of intent to file minority supplemental, additional, or dissenting views on H.R. 4424 as amended.
So noted. I now call up H.R. 2499, the VA Supply Chain Management System Authorization Act as amended. The clerk shall report the bill.
H.R. 2499.
The text was circulated in advance and pursuant to the committee rules. Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is now open for amendment at any point.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2499.
I now ask you, hold on. The text was circulated in advance into the committee rules, and without objection, the first reading is dispensed with. The bill is now open for, dispensed with. The gentlewoman is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill, H.R. 2499, that I introduced to encourage the VA to modernize their supply chain IT systems in a smart way. Unfortunately, we have seen VA leaders bite off more than they can chew on far too many projects. When this happens, taxpayer dollars are wasted and VA employees don't get the modern tools they need to serve veterans better. Based on the hearings that we have held, the VA seems to be going down that road again with the supply chain project. My bill would prioritize a more modern VA inventory management system, which is clearly the most urgent need. It would also cap the project at $50 million to prevent waste. Right now, the VA medical supply chain runs on old IT systems, making it difficult to manage in the best of times. It's critical that doctors and nurses have the supplies they need when they need them. However, recent years have shown us that supply chains can break and medical providers can be left without enough supplies, putting veterans at risk. My bill would modernize the VA supply chain IT system, focus it on exactly what doctors and nurses need, and make sure the VA is responsible with taxpayer dollars. Importantly, my legislation would avoid past mistakes that caused previous efforts to modernize the system to fail, so that medical professionals have what they need to provide veterans excellent care. I encourage my colleagues to support my amendment in the nature of a substitute to my bill so we can finally see some improvement in the VA supply chain and avoid another multi-billion-dollar money pit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I want to thank Representative Kiggins for the amendment in the nature of a substitute, and I urge the members to support it. So again, I urge the members to support it. Does any other member wish to comment on the amendment in the nature of substitute?
Mr. Chairman.
Ranking member.
Mr. Chairman, last month, the Subcommittee on Technology Modernization held an oversight hearing on VA supply chain modernization effort after requesting briefings from VA on this program for months. Subcommittee members questioned VA on a number of issues, many of which I still have concerns about following the hearing. This new supply chain modernization effort comes on the tail end of the Defense Medical Logistics Standard Support, or DMLS, a program which VA halted after key oversight efforts from this committee. The the Office of Inspector General, and the Government Accountability Office. The implementation of an effective supply chain tool is as important as ever for VA providers and VA patients. VA is one of the largest purchasers of goods and services in the federal government, with tens of billions of dollars spent on medical equipment, supplies, construction, and other purchases each year. VA needs a major enterprise-wide supply chain management system, which will likely be very costly. With a price tag that large, we must be certain that we get this right before it is too late. Now, before we can advance legislation that authorize VA's work here, I encourage Chairman Rosendale and Ranking Member Sherfless McCormick of the Technology Modernization Subcommittee to continue their oversight over this program, because as the program stands now, I just can't support authorizing it. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Does any other member wish to comment on the amendment in the nature of substitute for H.R. 24? Sherfless McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Did it.
You did it. During our Technology Modernization Subcommittee hearing last month, we discussed the steps VA has taken, largely outside of the committee's eye, despite numerous requests for transparency, to modernize its supply chain system. In its third attempt over the last 10 years, in the hearing, I voiced my concerns, for 4 of which are: number 1, VA lack of compliance with the IT Reform Act; 2, staffing issues on both the acquisition and modernization lines of this effort; 3, the lack of established requirements and success matrix voiced by VA, which may result in a product that does not fit the needs of an effective enterprise-wide supply chain solution; and number 4, the lack of OIT leadership throughout this modernization rollout. I support the intention of this bill, which is to force VA to take a piecemeal approach and authorize a pilot with adequate assessments and testing before expansion. I'm not ready to support a full rollout of the supply chain modernization effort based on what we have seen, but I look forward to working with Chairman Rosendale to conduct oversight and working with the VA to ensure they get this one right. Thank you, and I yield back.
Any other members seeking recognition on this amendment? Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 2499? Hearing none, the question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 2499. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. And in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. I now recognize General Berkman for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee favorably forward H.R. 2499 to the House.
The question is on favorably reporting the bill H.R. 2499 as amended to the full House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to, and H.R. 2499 as amended is reported favorably to the House floor, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Chairman, I'll ask for a vote.
We already went by that. We already went by that. We laid it on the table.
You want to allow it?
Do what do you want? Let me call it. Okay. A recorded roll call is requested. The proceeding would be postponed. We got it. Okay. Anyway. I now call up H.R. 6324, the VA Major Medical Facilities Authorization Act. The clerk shall report the bill.
H.R. 6324.
Text was circulated in advance and pursuant to committee rules without objection. The first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is now open for amendment at any point. I recognize myself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk shall report the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of
I ask unanimous consent that further reading of the amendment in the nature of a substitute would be dispensed with, and I ask that it be considered a base text for purposes of this markup. Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute. My bill would adjust the authorization funding amounts for the VA major construction projects. We worked with VA to ensure that these numbers are accurate, reflecting what has already been appropriated and VA's request. These construction projects are necessary so veterans can get health care in modern facilities. This bill also authorizes full funding for Phase 1 of the St. Louis Medical Center project. This project is in jeopardy because last year VA stranded the funding in an account that doesn't exist, and this year VA did not request any more money. VA initial dysfunction risk grinding this construction project to a standstill. That's unacceptable. The veterans in St. Louis area have been waiting for the renovation for about 14 years. This continues to be the highest ranked project in VA's internal planning process. It is very unusual that the VA budget request would omit the dollars to pay for it. I don't think it has ever happened before. And my amendment authorizes the project at the $599.8 million, which includes the amount that have already been appropriated, plus the amount VA told us they need to move forward with Phase 1. The Appropriations Committee needs to see that the project has been authorized at a certain level in order to move around funding internally to meet the need. With my colleagues' support, that is what we are attempting to do. However, it is simply not possible to find the money for the St. Louis project this year, and the CBO score to authorize it at this level becomes a problem. I will not let this issue hold up the passage of the bill. I am committed to adjusting the authorization amount to match the appropriation amount, whatever that turns out to be, and moving this bill to the floor without delay. I would like to thank the DAV and the PVA for supporting the bill, and I urge my colleagues to support my amendment in the nature of a substitute, and I yield back. Does any other member wish to comment on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6324? Hearing none? Or ranking member?
Go ahead. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I have, go ahead. Mr. Chairman, thank you. I have consistently supported VA construction programs to enhance veteran access and update care facilities, and generally favor your legislation, H.R. 6324, the fiscal year 24 VA Major Medical Facility Authorization Act. It is imperative to pass this before the fiscal year ends so VA can initiate or proceed with all of these essential projects. However, I must express concerns, notably the risky approach of injecting the St. Louis project, which will delay this must-pass legislation. Your amendment authorizes an additional $465 million above the appropriated amount for this project, essentially pushing an earmark through our committee in an attempt to force the hand of the Appropriations Committee. Now, this approach hasn't been done in my time on the committee, and I view it as an inappropriate use of our committee process. The funding increase will also trigger a nearly $500 million score on the otherwise cost-neutral bill. Furthermore, there was no communication to my staff about this rationale for this significant increase in funding until yesterday, disrupting the historically bipartisan approach to such critical bills, and I underscore a critical bill. This deviation from standard practice could hinder prompt floor consideration. Additionally, your staff's lack of coordination led to several significant drafting errors in the ANS, hastily corrected through the Bergman amendment to the ANS with input from my staff. Despite these issues, I will support the Bergman amendment and the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute today, with the expectation of improved collaboration to amend the St. Louis project's funding and ready this bill for the floor as soon as possible. So, Mr. Chairman, I need to ask you, can I count on your commitment to this end? Sure. All right, well, thank you. I yield back, sir.
Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, H.R. 6324? General Berkman.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a
I
substitute.
ask unanimous consent that further reading of the amendment and would be dispensed with, and without objection, so ordered. I now recognize General Berkman for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. My amendment would correct a math error in the ANS and correct the authorization amount for one of the projects based on clarification we got from VA. The major construction authorization bill is one of the most important things this committee does every year. This year's bill has been difficult because of some irregularities with VA's budget, but I appreciate the staff's working together to figure it out. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to comment on the Berkman amendment or the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 6324? Hearing none, the question now occurs on agreeing to the Berkman amendment, to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 6324. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the Berkman amendment is amended to the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 6324? Hearing none, the question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 6324. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of substitute is agreed on to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. I now recognize Ranking Member Berkman for a motion. Representative Berkman for a motion. I was wondering where that came from in my script.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee favorably forward H.R. 6324 to the House.
The question is on favorably reporting the bill H.R. 6324 as amended to the full House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to, and H.R. 6324 as amended is reported favorably to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2, I give a notice of intent to file minority supplemental additional or dissenting views on H.R. 6452 as amended.
So noted. Yeah, I'm going there. All right. I now ask unanimous consent to consider in block the following bills and resolutions that do not have amendments. H.R. 2911, H.R. 5794, H.R. 7100, H.R. 7347, H.R. 7653, H.R. 7777, and then 10 lease resolutions. Hearing no objection, so ordered. The clerk shall report the bills.
Committee resolution.
The bills were circulated in advance and pursuant to the committee rules. I ask that the reading of the bills and the resolution be dispensed with, and the bills and resolutions be open to amendment at any point without objections, so ordered. Does any member wish to speak on any of these bills or resolutions, including the en bloc? Seeing none. Does any member wish to offer an amendment to any of these bills or resolutions? Seeing none. Hearing none, I now recognize Ranking Member Takano for a motion.
May I comment on these?
Sure.
Sure. So I, of course, support all of the legislation we're considering on block, but I want to mention a few things about some of these measures. First, I'm pleased that the committee is approving 10 major medical facility leases under the new authority that was provided by Section 703 of my Honoring Our Pact Act. This section of the law was based on the Build a Better VA Act, legislation that was originally sponsored by Ranking Member Representative Brownlee almost a decade ago. It streamlines the process for approving VA medical facility leases such that we can now approve them at the committee level. Oh my goodness. Rather than having to enact them into law. This is very similar to how the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee handles leases within its jurisdiction. Also, HR 7653, the Veterans Employment Readiness Yield or VERY Act of 2024, sponsored by Representative Davis of North Carolina, will update terminology regarding veteran employment. The terms employment handicap and serious employment handicap are used throughout the Veteran Readiness and Employment Program in reference to service members and veterans eligible for and entitled to benefits and services. This bill will remove the word handicap and replace it with barrier to emphasize veterans' capabilities and independence rather than emphasizing their disabilities. Representative Strickland's bill, H.R. 2911, would require VA to calculate and report on what the value of life insurance for veterans and service members should be in order to keep pace with inflation. The maximum coverage amount of this insurance hadn't been updated until very recently. So Congress needs this valuable data point in order to determine whether more frequent adjustments are needed. And I'm also very glad we are advancing Representative Dingell's bill, H.R. 5794, the VA Peer Review Neutrality Act, which was introduced in response to a disturbing situation at the Detroit VA Medical Center involving the manipulation of peer review processes. Representative Dingell's bill would build upon important lessons learned from this situation and help reduce the risk of such wrongdoing in the future. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I now recognize the ranking member for a motion.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I move that the following bills en bloc: the major medical facility lease resolutions, H.R. 7653, H.R. 7100, H.R. 7777, H.R. 2911, H.R. 7347, and H.R. 5794 be reported favorably to the House.
There is a motion to favorably report the bills and resolutions included in the en bloc to the House of Representatives. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the bill and resolutions are favorably reported to the House. Postponed votes proceedings.
Well, Mr. Chairman, pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2, I give notice of intent to file minority supplemental, additional, or dissenting views on this en bloc set of bills.
So noted. Proposed vote proceedings on H.R. 70, postponed votes proceedings on H.R. 705. The committee will come to order for votes. The committee postponed further proceedings on amendment number 1 offered by Representative Sheffield McCormick to H.R. 705. Without objection, the motion. I'll turn it over. Okay. Wait a minute. I think he does. The question occurs on agreeing to the amendment. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Chairman.
Which is this? No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
I need a
Mr. Adewagen.
No.
Mr. Adewagen, no. Mr. Bergman.
No.
Mr. Bergman, no. Ms. Mace. Ms. Mace, no. Mr. Rosendale. Mr. Rosendale, no. Dr. Miller Meeks. Dr. Miller Meeks. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Van Orden. Mr. Van Orden, no. Mr. Luttrell. Mr. Luttrell, no. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane, no. Mr. Self.
No.
Mr. Self, no. Ms. Kiggins.
No.
Ms. Kiggins, no. Ranking Member Takano. Ranking Member Takano, aye. Ms. Brownlee. Ms. Brownlee, aye. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Mr. Pappas. Mr. Pappas, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan. Ms. Sherfields McCormick. Ms. Sherfields McCormick. Mr. DeLuzio. Mr. DeLuzio. Mr. McGarvey. Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Mears. Mr. Mears, aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman. Ms. Bazinski. Ms. Bazinski, aye. Dr. Miller Meeks. Dr. Murphy. Mr. Mervan. Ms. Sherfields McCormick.
Aye.
Ms. Sherfields McCormick, aye. Mr. DeLuzio. Mr. Landsman.
The clerk shall report.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 8 ayes and 11 noes.
The agreement is, with 8 ayes and 11 noes, the amendment is not agreed to, and without objection, the motion is to consider is laid upon the table. To reconsider is laid on the table. Postpone vote proceedings on HR 705. The committee postponed further proceedings on amendment number 2, offered by Representative McGarvey on HR 705. The question occurs on agreeing to the amendment. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no. Mr. Adewagen. Mr. Adewagen, no. Mr. Bergman. Mr. Bergman, no. Ms. Mace. Ms. Mace, no. Mr. Rosendale. Mr. Rosendale, no. Dr. Miller Meeks. Dr. Miller Meeks. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Van Orden. Mr. Van Orden, no. Mr. Luttrell. Mr. Luttrell, no. Mr. Siskamani. Mr. Siskamani. Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane, no. Mr. Self. Mr. Self, no. Ms. Kiggins. Ms. Kiggins, no. Ranking Member Takano. Ranking Member Takano, aye. Ms. Brownlee. Ms. Brownlee, aye. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Mr. Pappas. Mr. Pappas, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Ms. Sherflis-McCormick. Ms. Sherflis-McCormick, aye. Mr. DeLuzio. Mr. DeLuzio, aye. Mr. McGarvey. Mr. McGarvey, aye. Ms. Ramirez. Mr. Ramirez, aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman. Ms. Budzinski. Ms. Budzinski, aye.
Clerk shall report.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 10 ayes and 11 noes.
There are 10 ayes and 11 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The committee postponed further proceedings on amendment number 3, offered by Representative Crane to HR 705. The clerk shall call, the question occurs on agreeing to the amendment. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no. Mr. Adewagen. No. Mr. Adewagen, no. Mr. Bergman. Yes. Mr. Bergman, aye. Ms. Mace. Ms. Mace, aye. Mr. Rosendale.
Do what?
Mr. Rosendale, aye. Dr. Miller Meeks.
No, the Democrats are going to.
Dr. Miller Meeks, aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Van Orden. Mr. Van Orden, no. Mr. Luttrell. Mr. Luttrell, aye. Mr. Siskamani. Mr. Siskamani. Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane, aye. Mr. Self. Mr. Self, aye. Ms. Kiggins. Ms. Kiggins, aye. Ranking Member Takano. No. Ranking Member Takano, no. Ms. Brownlee. Miss Brownlee, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, no. Mr. Pappas. Mr. Pappas, no. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, no. Ms. Sherflis-McCormick. Ms. Sherflis-McCormick, no. Mr. DeLuzio. Mr. DeLuzio, no. Mr. McGarvey. Mr. McGarvey, no. Mr. Ramirez. Mr. Ramirez, no. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman. Ms. Budzinski. Ms. Budzinski, no. Dr. Murphy. Mr. Siskamani. Mr. Landsman.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 9 ayes and 13 noes.
There are 9 ayes, 13 noes. The amendment is not agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The committee postponed further proceedings on amendment number 4 offered by Representative Crane to H.R. 705. The question occurs on agreeing to the amendment. The clerk should call the roll.
Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no. Ms. Radwagen? No. Ms. Radwagen, no. Ms. Radwagen, no. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman, aye. Ms. Mace? Ms. Mace, aye. Mr. Rosendale? Mr. Rosendale, aye. Dr. Miller Meeks? Dr. Miller Meeks, aye. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Van Orden? Mr. Van Orden, aye. Mr. Luttrell? Mr. Luttrell, aye. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Crane? Mr. Crane, aye. Mr. Self? Mr. Self, aye. Ms. Kiggins? Ms. Kiggins, aye. Ranking Member Takano?
No.
Ranking Member Takano, no. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee, no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, no. Mr. Pappas? Mr. Pappas, no. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, no. Ms. Sherfless McCormick? Ms. Sherfless McCormick, no. Mr. DeLuzio? Mr. DeLuzio, no. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, no. Mr. Ramirez? Mr. Ramirez, no. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman? Ms. Bazinski? Ms. Bazinski, no. Dr. Murphy? Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Landsman?
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 10 ayes and 12 noes.
There are 10 ayes and 12 noes. The amendment is not agreed to, and the motion, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The committee postponed further proceedings on amendment number 7 offered by Representative Mervan to H.R. 705. The question occurs on agreeing to the amendment. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no. Mr. Radwagen? No. Mr. Radwagen, no. Mr. Bergman? No. Mr. Bergman, no. Ms. Mace? Ms. Mace, no. Mr. Rosendale? No. Mr. Rosendale, no. Dr. Miller Meeks? Dr. Miller Meeks, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Van Orden? No. Mr. Van Orden, no. Mr. Luttrell? Mr. Luttrell, no. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Crane? Mr. Crane, no. Mr. Self? Mr. Self, no. Ms. Kiggins? Ms. Kiggins, no. Ranking Member Takano?
Aye.
Ranking Member Takano, aye. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee, aye. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Mr. Pappas? Mr. Pappas, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, aye. Ms. Sherfless McCormick? Ms. Sherfless McCormick, aye. Mr. DeLuzio? Mr. DeLuzio, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Ramirez? Mr. Ramirez, aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman? Ms. Bazinski? Ms. Bazinski, aye. Dr. Murphy? Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Landsman?
Clerk shall report.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 10 ayes and 12 noes.
There are 10 ayes and 12 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The committee postponed further proceedings on the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Representative Takano to H.R. 705. The question occurs on the agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk shall report. Clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no. Ms. Radwagen? Ms. Radwagen, no. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman, no. Ms. Mace? Ms. Mace, no. Mr. Rosendale? Mr. Rosendale, no. Dr. Miller Meeks? Dr. Miller Meeks, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Van Orden? Mr. Van Orden, no. Mr. Luttrell? Mr. Luttrell, no. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Crane? Mr. Crane, no. Mr. Self? Mr. Self, no. Ms. Kiggins? Ms. Kiggins, no. Ranking Member Takano?
Aye.
Ranking Member Takano, aye. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee, aye. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Mr. Pappas? Mr. Pappas, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, aye. Ms. Sherfless McCormick? Ms. Sherfless McCormick, aye. Mr. DeLuzio? Mr. DeLuzio, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Ramirez? Mr. Ramirez, aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman? Ms. Bazinski? Ms. Bazinski, aye. Dr. Murphy? Mr. Siskamani? Mr. Landsman?
Clerk shall report.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 10 ayes and 12 noes.
There are 10 ayes and 12 noes. The amendment in nature of substitute is not agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Final passage of H.R. 705. I now recognize Representative Berkman for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee favorably forward H.R. 705 to the House.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to, and H.R. 705 is reported favorably to the House.
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to House Rule 11. I request a recorded vote, sir.
Recorded vote being requested. The question occurs on the agreeing to the motion to favorably report H.R. 705 to the floor, to the House. The clerk shall call a roll.
Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye. Mr. Hadwagen? Mr. Hadwagen, aye. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman, aye. Ms. Mace? Ms. Mace, aye. Mr. Rosendale? Mr. Rosendale, aye. Dr. Miller-Meeks? Dr. Miller-Meeks, aye. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Van Orden? Mr. Van Orden, aye. Mr. Luttrell? Mr. Luttrell, aye. Mr. Siskamani? Mr. Siskamani, aye. Mr. Crane? Mr. Crane, aye. Mr. Self? Mr. Self, aye. Ms. Kiggins? Ms. Kiggins, aye. Ranking-Member Takano?
No.
Ranking-Member Takano, no. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee, no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, no. Mr. Pappas? Mr. Pappas, no. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, no. Ms. Sherfels-McCormick? Ms. Sherfels-McCormick, no. Mr. DeLuzio? Mr. DeLuzio, no. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, no. Ms. Ramirez? Ms. Ramirez, no. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman? Ms. Bazinski? Ms. Bazinski, no. Dr. Murphy? Mr. Landsman?
Clerk shall report.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 13 ayes and 10 noes.
There are 13 ayes and 10 noes, and the motion is agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on the amendment to the amendment in the nature of the substitute.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure we pursuant to House Rule 11. Clause 2, I give notice of intent to file minority supplemental additional or dissenting views on HR's, on 705, HR 705.
So noted. The committee postponed further proceedings on the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Ranking Member Takano to H.R. 71050. The question occurs on the agreeing to the amendment. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no. Ms. Radwagen? Ms. Radwagen, no. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman, no. Ms. Mace? Ms. Mace, aye. Mr. Rosendale? Mr. Rosendale, no. Dr. Miller-Meeks? Dr. Miller-Meeks, no. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Van Orden? Mr. Van Orden, no. Mr. Luttrell? Mr. Luttrell, no. Mr. Siskamani? Mr. Siskamani, no. Mr. Crane? Mr. Crane, no. Mr. Self? Mr. Self, no. Ms. Kiggins? Ms. Kiggins, no. Ranking Member Takano?
Aye.
Ranking Member Takano, aye. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee, aye. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Mr. Pappas? Mr. Pappas, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, aye. Ms. Sherfels-McCormick? Ms. Sherfels-McCormick, aye. Mr. DeLuzio? Mr. DeLuzio, aye. Mr. McGarvey? Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Ramirez? Mr. Ramirez, aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman? Ms. Bazinski? Ms. Bazinski, aye. Dr. Murphy? Mr. Landsman?
Clerk shall report.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 11 ayes and 12 noes.
11 ayes and 12 noes. The amendment is not agreed to, and the motion, without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7150, just 7150 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. And in the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of substitute is agreed to. HR 7150 as amended is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. I now recognize Representative Bergman for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee favorably forward H.R. 7150 to the House.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to, and H.R. 7150 as amended is reported favorably to the House.
Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2, I give notice of intent to file minority supplemental, additional, or dissenting views on H.R. 7105 as amended.
So noted. The committee postponed further proceedings on H.R. 2499. The question occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 2499. The clerk shall recall the roll.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye. Mr. Adebagan. Mr. Adebagan, aye. Mr. Bergman. Mr. Bergman, aye. Ms. Mace. Ms. Mace, aye. Mr. Rosendale. Mr. Rosendale, aye. Dr. Miller-Meeks. Dr. Miller-Meeks, aye. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Van Orden. Mr. Van Orden, aye. Mr. Luttrell. Mr. Luttrell, aye. Mr. Siskmani. Mr. Siskmani, aye. Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane, aye. Mr. Self. Mr. Self, aye. Ms. Kiggins. Ms. Kiggins, aye. Ranking Member Takano.
No.
Ranking Member Takano, no. Ms. Brownlee. Ms. Brownlee, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, no. Mr. Pappas. Mr. Pappas, no. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, no. Ms. Sherfels-McCormick. Ms. Sherfels-McCormick, no. Mr. DeLuzio. Mr. DeLuzio, no. Mr. McGarvey. Mr. McGarvey, no. Ms. Ramirez. Ms. Ramirez, no. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman. Ms. Baczynski. Ms. Baczynski, no. Dr. Murphy. Mr. Landsman.
Clerk shall report.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 13 ayes and 10 noes.
With 13 ayes and 10 noes, the bill is favorably reported, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2, I give notice of intent to file minority supplemental, additional, or dissenting views on H.R. 2499 as amended.
Without objection, and so noted. That concludes today's markup. Summarizing today's votes, the committee has voted to report favorably 21 bills and 10 lease resolutions to the full House. H.R. 7323 as amended, H.R. 7643 as amended, H.R. 705 as amended, H.R. 705 not amended, H.R. 5870 as amended, H.R. 7816 as amended, H.R. 7150 as amended, H.R. 7734 as amended, H.R. 6452 as amended, H.R. 6874 as amended, H.R. 7342 as amended, H.R. 6538, H.R. 6531 as amended, H.R. 4424 as amended, H.R. 2499 as amended, H.R. 6324 as amended, 10 lease resolutions, H.R. 7653, H.R. 7100, H.R. 7777, H.R. 2911 as amended, H.R. 7347, H.R. 5794. I ask unanimous consent that all committee staff be authorized to make technical, clerical, and conforming changes to the bills favorably reported today, and without objection, so ordered. I also ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extenuous material on any of the bills reported favorably today. Without objection, so ordered. I thank the members for their attendance today in committee for this 4 hours. Great job, and the Committee on Veterans Affairs is adjourned.